Welcome to the Final Fantasy Trading Card Game World Championships 2023. I'm Kabukin, and I'm here with Erika. What's up, Erika?
Hey, good to be back. I'm Erika. Also, my name is Jared Wallace for people in the community who know me by that. I'll be on the caster dais today, so yeah, let's have a good time.
Cool. And we also have Nathan from Australia.
Hello, excited to be here, ready to watch some very good games. I'm also got my NATO online, for people who might know me by that.
So are you enjoying your time in Tokyo?
Yeah, Japan's great. I've had a really good time. I've been here for like 3 weeks already. It's very good. Yeah.
Cool. So we're streaming live from the Square Enix headquarters in Tokyo. And so it's the World Championships.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Well, it's hard to believe that it's already been, so long since the last one because, we had a global pandemic and stuff like that, that put so much time in between them, but it's finally here.
Finally. Yeah. And so I believe the first World Championship was in Tokyo.
Yes.
And so were you watching the stream, or were you?
Yeah. I was still living in America at the time. So,
okay.
Yeah, but I was watching the stream live from America. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, from Australia. Yeah. Same thing.
From
Watch
Australia.
the stream. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So it's been 4 years.
3 years.
2019.
2019.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'd be 4
4
years.
years.
4 years. Yeah.
Okay. So today, we'll be playing the 2-deck standard rule regulation, and let's see, we have 16 players from all around the world playing 8 matches of Swiss draw, and the top 6 will go to the final round on day 2 tomorrow. And so we have a single elimination best of 1 today.
Yep.
8 rounds, and we're using 2 decks.
Yep. So the 2-deck format might be a little bit different from the 2-deck format you're familiar with at home. A lot of the other regions play 2-deck format where you play best of 3 throughout the entire format, or throughout the entire tournament, all 8 rounds. But this one's a little bit different. So you'll have 2 decks. Deck A and B, and Deck A will be used for the first 4 rounds of the tournament, and Deck B will be used for the latter 4. And just like the other regions, when you have a card in Deck A, that card cannot be used in Deck B. Not just like, even if you have like only 1 in Deck A, you can't use any copies in Deck B, and vice versa as well.
Okay, so no Amaterasu's in both decks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure. In this case, Amaterasu, yeah. Any card, yeah.
And so today we have a new, it's a new set.
Yep.
New competitive season.
Yep.
What are some of the decks you might be
Interested in?
interested in? Yeah.
You want to start?
You want me to go? Yeah. So obviously we haven't seen any events with this set yet, so it's all sort of brand new. There's a few legends that are obviously pretty powerful written on there. Warrior Light 7 cost is a big one. New Rugagine, General Rugagine, the new other light hero, is also pretty powerful. Those are the main 2 that I think we'll see decks build around today. Obviously the decks from last set might still be popular. Mono Water, Mono Wind, Go-Go Hippocampus monster stuff. Ignis as well for Mono Earth maybe.
Yeah. I'm obviously, we play a lot together, so we're mostly on the same page there. But yeah, the new light and dark cards, they're all pretty powerful. And I think I would be not so surprised to see some of those light and dark cards being used in decks today. It's going to be interesting though, I think, because, they're light and dark cards. There's so many different possibilities for deck building with them. Like, you never know what kind of deck the General Rugagine is going to go in, or what deck, what kind of elements that are going to go along with the Warrior of Light 7 if you play that. Obviously, Darkness Manifest has all sorts of things that you can do with it, So, I think we're going to be really excited to see how people are using the new light and dark cards, but also, some of the other new stuff. The Ice got a lot of really good cards this set. Water got some new cards this set. There's a lot of new backup searchers too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we're going to be pretty interested in seeing how players use all of these new backup searchers to build older decks in new ways.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so do we get to see the 16 competitors? Okay. Okay. So here are the 16 players. We have one, the defending champion,
Yep.
Michiharu Yabuchi. So he's a defending champion. So we have total of 5 players
Yeah.
from Japan.
The longest reigning world champion.
Yeah. Okay, we get to see their pages maybe before each match.
Yeah, we'll do player introductions before each match. So just a quick overview here. We have 5 representatives from Japan. Michiharu Yabuchi, who goes by Kurosawa sometimes. Masayuki Imada, who goes by Kakka. Shota Inamoto, who goes by Riru. And Taiki Harigai, who goes by Harigai, which is his name. And Kosuke Nozawa, who goes by... Oh my goodness, I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing a blank. Zawawa. There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
I kept forgetting which ones get repeated. Yeah, sorry. Who goes by Zawawa. And then we have another 4 from America, Ryan Chen, Hunter Nance, Mike Powell, and Will Cockhill. 1 from France, Evan Tanguy. 2 from the UK, Joshua Freeman Birch, JFB, Alexander Hancock's former world champion, Jordi Costal from Spain, Elvin Kay from Singapore, Christopher Matisk from Australia, and Wang Lining from China.
Ooh. 16. Okay. Hi. Oh, じゃあ、すみません。
We have a little bit more
Okay.
time, so we'll go into the player introductions.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So this is Michiharu Yabuchi,
Yep.
World Championship 2019 champion.
Yep. Also was the finalist at the
Finalist.
first World Championships. Yeah. Longest reigning.
And we have Masayuki Yamada, Standard Championship 2023 champion.
Yep.
Kaka.
Yeah.
One of only two
Yeah.
people to make all 4 worlds.
Yeah, he's made all 4 world tournaments.
Wow.
So far,
Yeah.
so yeah.
And we have Taiki Harigai,
Yeah.
Japan Cup 2023 champion.
He's gotten close a few times. He's won Meijin Sen a lot. He tops really consistently, one of the most consistent and best players in Japan for sure.
We have Shota Inamoto. He's the L3 championship.
Yeah. Very, very consistent player again. The season before, he got second in Masters Final and in Masters the after. It was a very, very difficult season for him, but he managed to pull out an L3 championship and get his Worlds invite. Well deserved.
And we have Kosuke Nozawa. he's the national championship 2023.
Yep. Yeah, he narrowly defeated Sid in the finals for national championships just a couple months ago, maybe a month ago.
And we have Ryan Chen. He's the North American champion 2023.
Yeah, so obviously Ryan is reasonably new to Final Fantasy compared to some other players. Won the championship, which is exciting, obviously, to get here.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Won 2 majors in the year. He's a very, very, very strong player. Yeah.
And we have Hunter Nance. He's the finalist.
Yeah, so he came second at the North American Championship. I think he's the only NA player to have made top 8 at a Worlds, so that's something to hang his hat on.
but the best performing so far.
Yeah.
We have Mike Powell. He came in 3rd. And it's his first time.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we have Will Cogill.
I think Will's been playing for, I think he was saying less than 2 years now.
Yeah. He's also relatively new to Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
One of his one of the games that he's a very firm believer in aggro on. I know that, so he's been playing aggro and doing very, very well with it. Obviously, you can see he's made it to the World Championship, so hope to see big things from his aggro list.
And we have Vivian.
Yes.
Yeah, so Evan Tan, guys, he's the only player that didn't qualify like this year or whatever. You know, he actually qualified from before COVID, and finally gets to play like 3 years later in the World Championship that he's been waiting for that whole time. So yeah, bit of a standout there.
And we have Joshua Freeman Birch.
Yep, JFP, yeah, big champion. So he was the European champion. He's won before. He's done really, really well at World Championships. Obviously, you can see he got top 4 at the last one. Very, very strong player, and he tends to build these really, really crazy decks. You know, that most players just wouldn't be interested in playing outside of that. So, hoping to see really interesting stuff from him again.
And we have Alexander Hancock.
Yeah. Second person to have made all 4 worlds. Previous winner. Obviously, he's topped every year. So
I think the probably the most at like his average performance at Worlds is probably the best out of any of the players that we have here today. So everybody obviously has really, really big expectations for him going into this one too. So hopefully he can live up to this.
And we have Jordi Costal, European Championship.
Yep.
His first time.
Yep, first time. A little bit of a fresh face. I don't know much about him, but hoping to see good things from him.
yeah.
And we have Alvin, from the Southeast Asian champion.
Yeah, I don't know much
From
about him.
Singapore.
Yeah.
I know they had a similar format to everyone else, so qualifying for a championship, and then he took first place. So interesting to see how Southeast Asian meta lines up with everyone else.
Yeah.
And we have Christopher Matisse.
Yeah, so that's from my country, I guess I can talk about it.
Yeah.
Been on a hot streak lately. He won nationals last year and this year, as well as our re-race in between. So obviously a strong performer, and hopefully he can do well for my country's sake.
Yeah, he is also another player who just makes these kind of weird decks. You know, he always shows up with something new. So hoping to see something interesting out of him this time too.
Yeah.
Okay. And we have Guan Lining from China. His first time.
Yeah, there's a bit of a barrier there between you know how much we know about the Chinese community. So obviously, like a total wild card coming to the event, we don't know much about like what his playstyle is or anything like that. But hoping to see really, really good things come from the region.
Cool.
Yeah, for sure. We don't know. Yeah, we don't have much visibility on what they play there, so it'd be very interesting to see. Yeah.
All right, and that brings us to an end of the introduction. We have a few more minutes, so I think I'll go over some things that were being said in chat. There were some questions that whether Opus 21 was legal or not. I'm not sure if we made that totally clear, but yes, Opus 21 is definitely legal. Also, some other things that I saw being asked were, it's 8 Swiss rounds today, best of 1, and all of the Swiss rounds will be played today. There'll be we'll have a little break in between, so we'll have the first 4 rounds, and then after those 4 rounds, we'll have a lunch break, and then in the afternoon, we'll go for the last 4 rounds, so they'll switch from deck A to deck B, and then we'll have the top 6 play out best of 3 elimination tomorrow. That'll be on the stream tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, and about this, so 8 rounds, 16 players. I think 5-3 should be pretty close to guaranteeing you top 6. So that's what the players will be aiming for. Obviously, it gets different if there's some draws and ties, but that should be roughly what they're aiming for.
Yeah, so I think, like you said, 5-3 is like the magic number there.
Yeah.
Anything above that, and you're going to get seed placement, which might have an impact on whether you choose first or second. There's some very, very specific particular rules where players are more incentivized to win more if they can, rather than, just like skipping to their friends or whatever. But,
yes. Well, first and second gets you a skip on day 2, right?
Yeah.
So that's actually...
really huge.
Yeah,
so it's going to be a really big advantage if you come out, undefeated or 7-1. Those are really the records that are going to have a really big advantage going into the tournament tomorrow. But in terms of today, a 5-3 should probably get you out, or if not, really, really close.
Yeah.
Jordi said in an interview with YT. Also, Jordi is also a relatively new player then. So,
cool.
I guess, he played, that would be his second event that he got an invite to Worlds. That's really, really crazy. So, very, very talented at the game. So.
Nice. A lot of new faces in this year's championship, which is good. It's good to see.
Yep, so just catching everybody up on the stream real quick. Yes, this is a 2-deck format. And a lot of wholesome comments. Thank you very much for your comments. All right, so we've got the players here, and we're gonna head into round 1.
Cool. So we've got Kurosawa on the left here, and we have Mike Power from the States on the right.
So right off the bat, Japan versus US.
Perfect.
So the players are gonna have 30 minutes for their best of 1 here. And actually, we have some information about the decks. So Michitaru Yabuchi, Kurosawa, is on a 4-color Warrior of Light deck. And Mike Powell appears to be on Mono Water.
So 2 pretty popular decks from last set. Obviously with some new upgrades probably, we'll see.
Yes.
But yeah, very well-made archetypes already, so.
Yeah, so Nathan, tell me about some of the upgrades that you think Wall got this set.
So obviously with being the 4 colors that it is, you can play it Darkness Manifest. Obviously this isn't a 7 color wall, so we're really focusing on the backup line building. So Princess Goblin is pretty huge because it searches Princess Sarah, which can be fixing any color. It also searches the wall itself if you already have your backups, which is pretty big. King Tycoon, which I can see in his hand there, searches the new Lena, which is another backup line, which also adds to your EX count. So pretty naturally on your backup line in Wall now, your EX can be 13, 14 cards if you want it to be, which is just really good for the type of deck that Wall wants to be. It wants to be setting up, wants to be taking its time. EX has helped that a lot, obviously. It's also playing Edgar, which is an interesting new card. Plays a 2-drop when it enters the battlefield. Really good for curve. So playing that for 4 cards is the same as playing 2 2-drops in this situation. However, Edgar has an active ability later. Could be used to play Zidane. What other 2-drops do they play?
Yeah, so there could be Furion, there could be Zidane.
Yeah.
There's a few more backups that are possibilities, but I think the really big thing for the Edgar here is that it didn't look like he had a water card in his hand.
Correct.
So that actually let him play the Lena despite not having the
colors.
The colors to do so. Oh, and we can also see, so he's running the new so there's Claris, and then the new additions here are Edgar and Lena then. The 2 cards that you see on the field.
And then King Tycoon as well, right? Claris searches King Tycoon.
Yeah, King
which
Tycoon,
searches
it's not a new
Lena.
card, but it's not a new card, So King Tycoon's not a new card, but it is the kind of the connecting piece between Claris and Lena, and that gives you just a ton of EX bursts on your backup lineup, and that, like you said, helps out a lot.
For sure.
It looks like he's gonna go straight for the Tyro here.
Yeah, so we see on Mike's side as well, Turn 1 Loporrit is not the ideal, but it is still a
functional,
neutral play.
So we're gonna be looking to see if Mike has a Sarah here, because if he has one, now is really the time so that he can search out that Gordon.
Yeah, and then we have the free, is it Carpenter for water after that?
Yeah, Alchemist.
Alchemist, yeah, okay. Carpenter's Wind, yeah, I'm with you. Doesn't, it's pitching 1. Alright, so it looks like Mike is not drawing the backups, but Tidus is not a bad forward to be the first one on the battlefield.
Sure. So we've seen this in a couple of other, on previous streams, Mono Water versus Ice Wind, where sometimes, just sometimes, the Mono Water deck can kind of eke out a win against some of these more econ-focused value decks like Warrior of Light or Ice Wind, by playing an early Tidus and just trying to deal as much damage as possible.
Yeah, I think at what's the Japan Nationals? Player went turn 1 Shinryu Tidus and just started hitting the Ice Wind player. So we can see King Tycoon here. We now have wall colors set up on the backup line. We have a Lena special for when we need it, in a pretty good position.
Yeah, and you can actually see, we could peek into Michitaro's hand there and see that he had the Warrior of Light already. So
yeah, he searched it off the target.
Yeah. Oh, we're right. Yes. Sorry about that. But the other thing about this is because you have Lena and the King Tycoon that can help you search the Ferris and stuff like that. We've seen that the Warrior of Light decks can also play like Refia and all, like some of the Warrior of Light cards that you couldn't really play before. There just wasn't room or it wasn't consistent enough. But now with an extra backup and some extra searching in the deck, especially off of EX burst, it's a lot more feasible to play the Refia now.
For sure. So we see a new card in Mike's deck there in the Astrologian. So it's similar to Loporrit in that it looks at top, fixes your draws sort of. Similar to Waka as well, but it's a little bit different. It's just another good 3-drop backup for the deck. For sure.
Yeah. So we see that a lot of the cantrip effects that are available in this game, it's kind of like, draw 2, discard 1, or draw 2, put 1 on the back, or look at the top and then draw it and stuff like that. But Astrologian is kind of weird. It lets you put 1 back on top, put 1 in your hand, and put 1 on the bottom. So it's kind of a new kind of cantrip that we haven't really seen in the game before, and I think players are kind of interested in seeing how it matches up against cards like Loporrit.
So we can see the Sarah into Gordon now. So we have functionally a 3-drop backup for next turn as well. Depending on what we draw, we can play something else maybe.
Yep.
Expecting to see the Warrior Light here on Kurosawa's side.
Yeah. I think he's just making sure that nothing can go particularly wrong here. Maybe considering if he wants to play a backup first.
Yeah.
We can see that selfie in his hand.
Yeah, so we're going for the Warrior of Light. Ideally, follow up. There's a Fearing in hand, which could be a good follow up.
Yeah. Fearing is really useful in this matchup for searching Zidane, especially, and that is going to be a card that potentially, if Mike doesn't have any other backups, is going to be a real pain, you know, to get your Leviathan or your Lena or backups removed with that.
Yeah, we have a Faris in hand too. Obviously not ideal with a Tidus on the board.
Yeah.
So that probably won't hit the field. We've got a Bash as well, which can search us 2CP Zidane if he's playing it.
Yep.
Can search another backup perhaps, but we already have a Selfie.
Yeah, Selfie is kind of an interesting choice. We don't really tend to see Selfie very much in these decks.
Yeah. So he is going for the Fearing here from the looks of it. So it has haste because we have 5 characters. It's going to draw a card when it attacks.
Interesting that he taps the Tyro instead of the Lena there.
Yeah. So we draw another Warrior of Light.
But, yeah.
Lhasa. So that's another new card, Lhasa. Obviously searches a lot in water. I'm not sure if Mike's playing Shinryu. Traditionally, water will play the light Shinryu. So Lhasa can search that. It can search Leviathan. It can search Realm if you're playing it. Just a very flexible card.
Yeah, it's one of the more soft-spoken cards of the new set.
Yeah.
You wouldn't really expect too much from it on first glance. It is kind of, you know, a common and very unassuming, but actually the card has been really powerful. You know, it searches a lot of the new cards too, especially the Warrior of Light, you know,
Sure.
the Rugogene. It's been very useful in searching those cards as well.
For sure. So we see he picked up the Ingus there for next turn. Another EX. I would expect
Maybe this is some revenge here for First Worlds. Yeah.
I saw a Darkness Manifest when he was searching there, so he is playing that. Takes the Zane, obviously very, very powerful card. Water does have the benefit of having Kukulane access to it as an answer, sort of.
Yeah.
And Water also has pretty decent removal for small forwards, so.
I think one of the big things about this matchup traditionally is that, you know, Water has really, really great removal, but the way that the Waldex works, it just wants to do the same thing, you know, over and over and over again. And when that's the case, you know, removing a Warrior of Light over and over again is a losing battle. And that's kind of something that we've seen a long time. So traditionally, it's pretty well thought that Warrior of Light is favored in this matchup, but maybe we'll see something that kind of changes the calculus on that.
Yeah. So we have the Fiend, which is an interesting tech card for Water. Some play it, some don't. So cancelling summons in this matchup, it's not nothing. Obviously, Kusith is probably played, Mistdragon possibly. We see a Truss on the field as well. Obviously, Kurosawa's pushing damage, so Truss will probably become active next turn. So he has to think about that. Obviously, on the swing back, even though it's not great to bounce the forwards, getting the draw as well is actually pretty good tempo.
Uchi's up to 8 cards in hand with the experts. I saw a comment here that the Leno was left up for the S ability. I think he just didn't want to. So he had 5 cards in hand at the end of turn, so he would have had to discard. So I think that's why he didn't tap it out. I was just curious that he left the Lena up instead of the Tyro, because the Tyro kind of represents more colors. But maybe, yeah, it definitely could have been the S ability.
It's possible for sure. He does have another Lena in hand. He's had that for a while. So we could play anything here, really. There's a lot.
Yeah,
he's got an Arc in
think
hand. He's got Zidane, obviously. He's got Bash.
Maybe he's got some choice paralysis right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards. Obviously, we still have the Lena, so we could play a Refia. We could play a Stola.
I think we're gonna just start with the Zidane and kind of take a look at what's going on.
So we do see the Shinryu there. I'd be surprised. Well, Lightning is here is pretty good as well. I think it's one of those two he'll probably take.
Yeah.
Obviously, Lightning in this matchup is good because it removes the Warrior of Light or the Zidane, which stops Kusith getting it back or whatever the recursion they're playing.
Unfortunately, we do kind of see here that because we have the Yabuchi has the Bosch in hand, that removing the Warrior of Light, even if you can, it's just not going to be quick enough against this clock that he's presenting.
We also have the third wall in.
Oh yeah, also we just have the third Warrior of Light in our hand. That's pretty good.
Yeah, not a bad one.
Yeah. Interesting, we also get to see that he's playing Arc as well. So he's not just playing Refia and Ferris. He's actually added some additional Warriors of Light just to try to keep that Refia as.
We could
as
see
powerful.
Kryll there as well.
And
too.
Krill, yeah. Usually when you see the Krill, it's the backup Krill in these decks because it's just really good with the Refia. But here, I think we might actually be getting close to lethal because we know that we have a Lunith in hand. I think we're one haster off of lethal here, but we might just be trying to put him to 5 or 6 and seeing what happens.
I think with the Trust being there, it's hard to push. Push lethal. But he's obviously in a very commanding position right now. If Mike draws another Shinryu next turn, maybe. We do get another Zidane attack as well to see the hand. Obviously, Water has some pretty powerful EXs as well, so.
Yeah. That being said, he still has 4 cards in hand.
Yes.
He's gonna drop the 5 here off of Zephyrion if he gets to attack with it first, which I think he probably will. Yeah.
So we attack with the
Mike
Fury.
here is really on the back foot, really needs an EX burst, just looking to try to get back into this one.
His first damage is a Yuna. Not ideal.
That's not what you want to see, yeah.
Zidane attacks, we can see whatever new card he got, so we have a
The new card is Tidus,
so it's probably Lightning or Leviathan this time.
I think you would take Leviathan just because you're so close, but maybe it's just not enough at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe you just don't want to draw him any closer to, Lena, Leviathan.
Yeah, you could just leave it for sure.
Leaving it for sure.
I don't think we're close to 12 in the bin, but...
It doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
But...
But obviously we draw 2, we Trust attack, we could possibly draw another one. Yeah, so he leaves it, which is reasonable. Another damage. There's the Shinryu, so we won't see an S this game, so that's unfortunate for Mike. Not much to be done about that.
Yeah.
Another damage. Leviathan as well. Not looking good for Mike from here.
Yeah, so he can swing with the arc too.
Yeah, so Ingus gave Arc Haste, yeah, cool.
Yeah. And all of his forwards are actually getting plus 2,000 from,
So
So
we
it's
have
a
an
minus
Ash.
8s that will kill the Furion or the Lunith, but nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he chooses Furion. Makes sense, obviously.
That's fine, it's already drawn 2 cards, kind of thing. But
Yeah. Mike would need a pretty impressive draw here, but
the game isn't over. It's not over, but yes, very commanding position. Also, that Edgar just staring, if you kill the Zidane, another Zidane
one.
can come back down at any time. It's very
Obviously,
difficult.
He has the Astrologian active as well to really dig for something. Also adds 2 cards.
Yeah,
so
you have the Loprid and the Astrologian. It's not impossible to resolve a Lena for Leviathan here.
Yeah.
It just seems very difficult to win even after you do that at this point,
So a Leviathan would bounce, kill 2 forwards.
You could bounce the Warrior of Light and the Arc maybe, and then kill the Lunith and the Zidane.
Yeah.
And you'll get a draw off the Tross too.
Yeah, certainly a high
Leviathan is
position.
definitely the best draw for him right now. Oh, but it looks like we're committing to... Oh, I think I saw a Leviathan actually. But maybe we just don't want to hard cast it.
Should we start with the Lightning? So we can do Lightning and Leviathan, I think.
If he has 3 cards plus the Leviathan in the hand, then yeah.
So we're targeting the wall, which makes sense. 5K
We're just
on the
thinking
way
about,
out.
if it matters at all, and I don't think it matters, but he's just going to do it just to be sure. So we had a little question in the chat a second ago about Loprit being, whether it should be in the bin or not, and somebody else mentioned it, but that was just drawing off of Gordon. He didn't draw off Loprit, so that's fine.
Yeah.
We're gonna bounce the Lunith and the
Lena.
Oh, interesting. I figured we would have bounced the Tyro, but maybe it's...
I think he knows he has the Lena.
Yeah. Or maybe it's just like, I don't want to get Zidane again, kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. Did he draw?
He did.
Yeah, cool.
So he's got the draw off of Tross.
He attacks with Tidus.
There's definitely a shot here left. Oh, and that's another EX burst. I think
It's a less impactful one, but it is still adding to our hand count, right?
he has one more King Tycoon left in the deck. Yeah. Interesting. I guess another big draw for Kurosawa here might be the if he drew the Darkness Manifest at this point, because then you have to remove the Darkness Manifest, or you take the point of damage. You literally just take the point of damage and die. So. But yeah, there is a lethal threat here on the board. We can still attack with Tross. He opts not to. I think he wants to hold it back as a blocker for Zidane here, is the line of thinking there.
It's also a blocker that dodges any removal for the most part. So we draw Refia and Leviathan here. So we have Faris Ingus, which does a lot here, obviously. Faris Lunith, sorry. Faris also searches, so we could theoretically... We can't play Wall anymore, we don't have Wall colors. So that's another reason to bounce to Lena.
Yeah.
Obviously Taro would have done the same thing, but he can't cast a Wall off our current backups, which is something. We can go Faris, Refia, Lunith, and that would probably push lethal. Well, no, we still only have one attacker.
Well, we had somebody point out a mistake, so 一応多分もう時間経過してますが、一応アーシュの EX バースの時にレナがここにいて、でそれ強制なんですよね。一応使えた方が。Okay, we've got the judge there, but yeah, I'm not sure that anything will get reversed at this time, but yeah, we've got someone on the situation. Don't worry about it too much.
So we start with the Lunith.
Start with the Lunith here. I have a feeling we're going to see a Ferris at this point.
I'm just wondering if he's going to play the Refia first as well, possibly for another 3k. I think that's his other choice, because I don't see any other walls in hand outside of those.
Yeah. I think we also have Warrior of Light, but we can't play that one.
Yeah.
I think he's just trying to figure out the order here. If he wants to play Refia or if he wants to play Lena, I think he's going to end up wanting to play both of them. But
I'm wondering if he can hold enough cards in hand to also cast Leviathan to just guarantee lethal off this Truss.
Right, yeah.
Because obviously he can clear the board with 3 walls,
Yeah.
and then a Faris attack would be enough to kill everything, and without touching the Tidus, which is important as well.
All right, so we've got some judges there. They're going to get that sorted out. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Ah, the Lena draw.
The Lena draw,
Yeah, cool. Okay, so he's just drawn an extra card. It is the Darkness Manifest, which is something. That is. Obviously, that doesn't represent anything this turn particularly, but if he puts it on the field at the end of this turn, it puts the...
It is an extra thing, so... Yeah, actually, I think that might be the least relevant draw, but yes, also.
It looks like... Yeah, it looks like he's trying to do lethal math here, seeing if he has it.
Yeah.
A dark card doesn't help the lethal math this turn, obviously.
Yeah.
But he has the 4 colors in bin easily, so he can cast it for 2 if he chooses to. And obviously it's on leave field as well, so it's not like Griever, like from the new set, where if you bounce it, you don't have to deal with the exit ability. Darkness will still break something. So we're getting rid of the Leviathan for the Lena. Okay.
Yeah. I think this means he's going to play the Refia first, and then maybe do the Ferris and in second main phase, or maybe he's just gonna go for it. Yeah, it looks like he's just going for it now. So I think we're gonna put the lightning on bottom and just straight up kill the Leviathan. It probably seems like the course of play here.
Well, we also have the
Lunith,
Lunith, right? So we can give Faris haste and kill them both.
Yeah, well, you'd have to trade with the Tross, but yeah.
Yeah.
We're stacking our Ferris triggers here.
I think he's certainly killing Leviathan here. Yeah, he does. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Searches Arc from the deck as well, from the damage 3 ability. So obviously Arc here is not 4 colors, so it's still not going to give the +2. But it is obviously a powerful card. We can find possibly removal for the Truss.
Oh, he's actually just going to keep going here then.
Yeah. So we have a Leviathan there, but we can't afford to cast it. So he takes Kukulane. Obviously just a very powerful card. Especially against water if he tries to play Leviathan again next turn. So I think from here we move to attacks. Kill Lightning. Or we can kill Lightning first. And then we still have 4 Warriors of Light up to kill Truss.
Yep. Well, he just activated instead of using the ability.
Okay.
Well, okay, yeah, this works actually.
This still has 4. It's fine. So
actually, this is better. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I was thinking. Yeah.
Well, this doesn't draw a card, but yeah, that's the only difference. So that gets under, and that's game.
Yep. There you go. There it is.
Yeah. very hard game for Mike there from
Yeah.
the beginning. Kurosawa had a very nice curve, backed up by 3 EX bursts.
And Mike just missed his second second turn backup.
Yeah.
He really needed, a Sarah there or some combination of backups to get him up to 3 a turn earlier than when he had.
Water definitely needs a very nice curve to do well in that matchup. It needs to play 5 backups, turn 2, turn 3.
A lot of the times when you see Water win that matchup, it's like it's the wall player who's struggling with backups, and we kind of saw the opposite here. And I think part of that is, the new backup lineup. We saw right there, we had the Claris, the King Tycoon, the Lena, and it's just like, when your backups search backups that also search backups, everything is just so much cleaner. And, Water kind of has to draw its own backups. It really only has Sarah to do the backup searching. So even if you start with a Loppet or whatever, it's never a guaranteed thing, whereas when you have Wall, as long as you can play the cards, as long as you have those colors, it is kind of a guaranteed thing when you can start from some places.
Yeah. We can definitely feel the effect of the Sildra ban there as well. Obviously, last set, Water could do 5 backups off 1 Sildra.
2 sets ago.
2 sets. 2 sets. Yeah, that's true. 2 sets ago, they could do it off 1 backup. Not so much anymore. But good game to start with. Obviously, it was very clean play from both sides.
It's always great to see, the defending champion come back and still be in a good condition. Still playing really good Final Fantasy TCG, So, we had that little blunder fixed in the middle, and that's no big deal. It's a little bit of a shorter game, so we're actually going to take a quick break before we're back for round 2. I think that the approximate time for that is about 10:45. So in about 25 minutes, just a little under 25 minutes, we'll come back from break and see you guys there.
And welcome back to the World Championships 2023 of Final Fantasy Trading Card Game. Today is day 1. We have 8 rounds on Swiss Match, best of 1, and we are on match 2.
Yep.
Are we ready?
Yeah. So I think we'll have the player cams up in just a minute, but just to give you a little sneak preview here, we have Alexander Hancock's former world champion up here against Wilcock Hill, representative from North America. So whenever the ready, yeah, we'll have that up.
Cool.
Oh,
Awesome.
So we can see sort of from where Alex is shuffling there too. So Alex is playing a 7-drop Warrior of Light deck. So it's the first time we've seen it on stream today. Plays obviously a lot of 3-drops to make sure it hits that trigger. And Will is playing FF13, which is same deck he used to qualify for Worlds. Obviously, possibly some new cards in there. But a very aggressive deck. Wants to start pretty early with forwards. Wants to start Hope, Vanille, Search of Lightning, and just start hitting. So be interesting to see. Obviously, the tempo of a Warrior of Light is quite a spike compared to what FF13 can bring to the table. So it'll be interesting seeing how Will goes about competing with that.
Yeah, so we've got the Warrior of Light up on the screen here. That's a new card from Opus 21. So just to give everybody a little refresher, when you cast it, you reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, and you can take 2 3-drops, backups or forwards or character, I guess, anything, and play them down to you just immediately put them into play. So that's going to be really strong with, obviously, the new crystal backups or like any 3-drop backups like unit tutors. Then it's also going to be strong with some of the more difficult to play multi-element forwards. Is really where we've seen a lot of those, like the Axe Stars, the Alpha is kind of like a special forward that you can't really cast. These kinds of multi-element cards is really where the Warrior gets most of its power.
Yeah.
You see the players are started off here.
So we can see the Onion Knight as well in Alex's hand, which is another multi-element as we were talking about. We see Arya here, searches the wall. I would expect Alex to probably pass here because he's going first. He can't cast it.
Yeah. The other really big part of that Warrior of Light here is that S ability, which gives itself and all of your 3-drops protection too, which is part of what really makes this deck so resilient against some of the other stuff.
Yes. So obviously being a multi-element deck, like people have tried to use Arc against it, but the special just making Arc not resolve is very relevant. We see a Fang here, action ability, Hope or Vanille follow-up probably. Vanille. Searching for likely Lightning unless he already has it in hand.
He might just go for a Hope because he thinks that, maybe the Fang comes back.
Yeah.
So if the Fang comes back, then, he's just going to put it on the table.
He just played it. So this will search the Lightning now.
Yeah.
Or CP for the Lightning. Okay, that's all.
We've all been here. We've all seen this show before. So I think what's really interesting is watching these two aggressive decks kind of go at each other and see how they play. Because when you have 2 aggressive decks, it's never just as simple as like who can deal 7 damage first.
Correct.
It's really about which deck can bring the controlling element to the board here. So there's a lot riding on the 7-drop wall right here.
A lot of this game will be decided, I think, by this first wall.
Yeah. You can see that it's a pretty big advantage here for Alex to get to go first and get his first backup down as well.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna play out to some pretty big things here at the end.
Yeah, we can see Bahamut in hand as well, the crystal one. So if we hit a crystal generator plus anything else here, we have removal for the lightning as well, which is pretty big.
Thought I saw a little Amaterasu peeking out here too. So Bahamut is obviously going to be better against the lightning specifically.
Axstar is pretty powerful here as well.
Oh, wow.
And Yuzuki.
So there's no crystals here, so we can't hold the Bahamut up, but Axstar is going to put the whole team down.
I think they're just checking here on the bench.
I think he accidentally had an extra card and put that on the bottom.
Oh, I see.
Because he pulled out the top like 6 or 7 cards of his deck and accidentally put one of them back on the bottom.
Yep.
But don't worry, we got that fixed.
So I would be surprised to see Gilgamesh here, although how many colors do we have in? We have 3, so it does have first strike, which is not nothing. But the first attack from the FF13 deck will be at 9k at least, and if Fang has active, it'll be larger than that. So
yeah.
Nothing draws a card here too, so we can't cast the Amat either.
Yeah, it seems a little awkward here that we have the Gilgamesh, which is usually one of your better hits, but we don't actually have anything to play off of this extra, so we can't clear the Vanille or the Fang, which is maybe potentially a little bit awkward, even though we can Dolan Freeze, and the Dolan Freeze is obviously really powerful. We can't actually clear anything out here, which is...
Yeah. So that's a decision Alex was making when he was pitching, right? He could have held the Setzer.
Yeah.
Decided to hold the Fire CP and the Bahamut for the chance of drawing a Crystal Generator. There's many in the deck, most of the backups. Cyan as well. He's just deciding here between Yuzuki and the Gilgamesh. Again, Gilgamesh has First Strike and 8k, I think?
Yeah. So he'll have at 3 elements, he'll have First Strike and 8k, and then at 5 elements when he attacks, he'll Dolan Freeze. And then at 7, he'll get the Brave and can attack 3 times that turn, which is when this deck really pops off. But in order to get that, you need Ice and Lightning, so like a 0 miss, or just, he has the Setzer and the Onion Knight there, that's Ice and Lightning. The 4-color wall, and the light wall in order to get there. So you can get it, but it usually takes more. You can't get it on like turn 1 or like turn 2 a lot of the time. It usually takes a little bit more time to set up, especially because you really want to keep those Warrior of Lights in your hand for the S ability. Yeah.
So we can see Axstar here, so if nothing's going to die, 6k is not enough.
6k is not enough to kill the Vanille, but we're just going to go ahead and Dull Freeze. And maybe we consider attacking here, or maybe we consider holding it up. Although the Vanille is going to be 9k, and so is the Lightning. So he's actually just going to be able to push through here with the Vanille and the Lightning.
Vanille attacks for 10 as well, if we have Lightning on the board.
Yes.
So both Vanille and Lightning can attack here with impunity. We'll draw a card, assuming no EX bursts, obviously. I don't think the wall deck plays many EX, and if they do, they mostly just draw a card or search a wall.
Yeah, so we can actually see the 1 EX that I can think of, the 2 EX that I can really think of in the deck. One of them is in the Rix, and this is the Lena that's going to get you a draw card, and then Arya is going to get you the Warrior of Light Search, which could be potentially annoying.
Yeah,
but,
especially if he searches the 4-color.
Yeah, and then you have access potentially to the 5 or more colors with the Gilgamesh,
So I would expect to see some attacks here. He's just reading Axstar.
Asking to read Axstar here. It's interesting that the Fang is still here because, it's not incredibly common to run it in the 13 decks, but some of them do run the 6-drop Sid Reigns, which could, if it was going down to 4, could potentially be really, really big in taking the board away from Alex here.
So we see Larcacious, I think, in Will's hand there. I'm not sure what the second card is. So we do have removal as well, which is pretty relevant.
Yeah, and he's gonna get a draw here too, so...
Yeah, so Lightning attacks as a 10.
Sarah FFL.
Vanilla attacks as an 11, so no profitable blocks for Alex here. Wall goes to damage zone, which is pretty relevant. Again, as we were talking about, gives the colors for Gilgamesh. Special's pretty good.
Yeah. I think I see a cheeky little Squall there in his hand too.
Yeah, next turn we will be able to cast Amat from Alex, so he can stop another Lightning, obviously.
Yes, Amat, or if we're really lucky,
get a Crystal Generator.
Get a Crystal Generator, or a 3-drop even at this point. Like, we would just take a 3-drop, but, I guess now that the Axstar is gone, we can't do that, but...
Yeah, so we draw...
This is going to be pretty tough.
Alphino and an Ice Crystal backup we can't cast. Casting Alphino obviously does very little here, apart from Adam Body.
Yeah.
We have a Amat for Lightning, but we're still taking at minimum 3 next turn. Although, in saying that, if we Amat the Lightning, Gilgamesh can block everything on the board. No, it cannot block the Hope or the Vanilla. It can block Fang. That's it.
I had a couple of questions in the chat I'll just bring up real quick. So the deck lists are closed for today, and that's why we haven't been showing you them before the matches start. The other one is the deck never plays wall. It has no way to play wall. It's just, or the 4-color wall, I should say. It's just for the special ability and to put elements in the break zone for the Gilgamesh.
Yep. So Alex here is probably just going to Amat the Lightning.
Yeah.
Oh, still in a pretty bad position.
Yeah, the Fang is really actually a big problem for him here. He's actually just not going to go for the Amat, but instead just up to Bahamut. The Lightning here, I guess that's probably... Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. The Fang is pumping the Lightning by 2k.
That's true.
So he has... He doesn't have an option on Amat here, sorry. Almost missed that one. But.
So Bahamut here... Will can still attack with 2 forwards.
Yes. So because the Fang is going to pump the Vanilla and the Hope, he's still going to get an extra 2 points of damage here. But the Fang is really just putting in so much work with her static ability here, getting the plus 2k across the board.
So Alex decides to pitch the Ice card for it. I think he was tossing because obviously next turn during Axstar, ice is pretty important, possibly.
Yeah.
And if he blocks with Gilgamesh here, casting another one potentially.
I think Will is just thinking like, how many do I want to attack with? What happens if he gets to 5 or 7 colors and the breaks on you? You really have to think about all of that here because you know, if you hit the Arya and he searches for, you know, a light warrior of light, that's not a good sign. You know, it's like it's a really bad sign, but there could be something. He's actually just going to opt to pass maybe.
He's thinking about it for sure.
Yeah.
We have Amat in hand,
And
Hope, and something. Possibly a fire card.
I think I saw a Squall last turn, but he might have used that for the location.
Okay, so he is just passing.
But yes.
So we draw Axstar and a fire card. So we can cast Amat, and that's it from our hand. Or we can cast the backup and try and just draw something. No, he just passes. Fair enough.
なんか音声がなんかちょっと変っていうコメントが出てきてますけど。はい。
So we can see here, Will has drawn, it looks like another Hope. Pictures the Fang, plays another Lightning. Okay.
Alright, I might be auto tuned, but we're getting the audio back. Just hold on one sec.
As I like it.
No, you can go. Yeah, I guess the audio is really choppy.
Okay, fair enough. So Hope attacks
Yep,
here
we'll get it back.
for 11k. Again, hard to block. See, Alex could choose to block with Warrior for the potential of drawing another one, which goes to damage zone. So there's only one left in the deck now. Next attack also draws a card. So we see a Vanilla coming in for 11. Again, pretty much unblockable here. Draws a card off the Lightning. Varus, which would have been a pretty
That would have been a good one
decent
too,
draw.
yeah.
Yeah. See Lightning coming in for the the damage off the trigger here, the draw. So we can
He's
see
gonna
the
opt to
Amats.
Amat it and then block with the Gilgamesh here because it has first strike.
First strike, for sure. We have the Vanille
Oh,
special.
do we have the double Vanille special?
The double Vanille special.
Ooh.
And so we still have the damage here coming from Lightning, just from the attack itself.
And that's the game.
Wow.
Okay,
Oh.
audio's fixed.
Audio's
Okay,
fixed, right as we
just in
finish.
time for the end of the match. Okay, thank you for all your patience with the audio. Sorry it got a little choppy there at the end, but that's Will coming out with the 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0
2-0
now.
with 13, you know, everybody said, I don't know if 13's got it, but you know,
It
it's definitely,
does.
yeah, it's pretty consistent, if nothing else.
For sure.
Yeah.
And what we were talking about happened there, right? That hits off Alex's first wall, sort of defined how that game was going to
Right,
go.
yeah. You can totally imagine a different game where Alex, if he had drawn a 3-drop that turn that could have come in off the Axstar, you know, the Vanille dies, he has another forward on the board, the Gilgamesh gets to start attacking, and things just go the complete opposite way. But this was a good example of how, you know, the consistency and
13.
and the, you know, the deck has just gotten so refined at this point.
sure.
Everybody has their own little brew for it because, you know, there's so much freedom, but the Hope, the Vanille, the Lightning, you can't go wrong with these cards. You know, they're pretty good. We definitely saw it play there.
For sure. And obviously Will has played it a lot. Obviously taking internationals, taking it to
Yeah, that's the other thing. A lot of people think, you know, they don't like it, it's gross or whatever, but it's very clear that the players that are good with the deck are really, really good, and they get rewarded by playing a deck like that. So it's definitely not just, you know, an easy deck or anything, it's definitely a good one, I think.
Yeah, for sure. He played very well in that game. You know, he held the Vanilles. He had that turn where he didn't attack.
Yeah.
He didn't just...
Very patient, very measured aggro play is one of the things that, you know, we want to see more of in this
sure.
game for sure, and I think it's good to see it winning at the feature match table.
Yeah.
All right, so that was another quick one.
Yeah.
We'll try to get a time. It looks like it's going to be about a
30
minute break. So we'll be back in about 30 minutes with round 3.
Cool. Thanks.
And welcome back to the World Championships 2023, Day 1, Round 3. It's coming up.
Yep.
And we're going to see Masayuki Yamada versus Evan Tengai.
So you'll call Evan Tangai is the player from France, qualified pre-COVID, and he's going to be here with a mono lightning deck, which is his signature strategy.
Yep.
I think a lot of the players that know him before knew that he was always on the mono lightning, and he's back with it again.
Yeah. I can't recall a tournament where he wasn't playing
Yep.
Mono Lightning. So
Then Yamada, also known as Kaka, he's going to be playing the 7-drop Warrior of Light that we saw Alex playing last round. It's a little bit different, but maybe all of the major notes are pretty similar.
same concept, right?
Yeah.
Play while you have backups to search for while. Generate value with 3 jobs. Evan, obviously, the new lightning cards to set, the big ones are Zande for sure, the new
Yeah.
legend. Breaks when you have 4 characters, revives the forward when you have 8 characters.
Yep.
Very powerful card. Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of new cards, Mono Lightning got that, and it also got the other Mono Art card, the Odin.
Yeah.
And that's been a pretty big boost to the deck. I think there's been a lot of opinions shared about whether people like the Mono Lightning deck with how it looks after the set, or a lot of players also don't. There's a lot of in between there, and there's always the burden of being the person who's removing the forward, being the person that's playing the forward, and I think that's what we're gonna see in the match here today. Is Kaka Yamada here is going to play a lot of forwards, and it's going to be up to Evan to control the board and kind of get in his damage while removing the other ones.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, both these players are 2-0, so their decks are doing something right.
Yeah, obviously pretty good.
Yeah. So it looked like Kako rolled higher, I think.
Think so. I couldn't quite make out, but I saw 5 from Kaka.
See a
and
straight
he's
mulligan.
Yeah, he's a straight mulligan.
I think Evan has as well.
Yep. Both players mulliganing. That means something a lot more serious for Kaka, maybe, than it does for Evan. As the control of the Mono Lightning, all you're looking for is those opening backups and a bit of early interaction. Oh, but it looks like Evan took the
is
first turn. Yeah.
Okay. So we've seen Kaka's hand, we have Arya, so he could potentially play a wall as early as first turn.
Yep.
See Evan here, ideally he wants to open President Shinra, probably. Or Ricard, same thing. If he hits a backup at least. Hit the Weaver here. Rugged Jean, which is actually pretty interesting as a Mono Lightning.
Yeah. That'll be another new addition from this set that kind of gives just a little extra pushing power to that deck,
Yeah, very good pressure forward for sure. So now we see the Shinra searching either Reno or Rude. Likely Reno. It is, yeah, cool.
We see this Ricard has been a really, really big improvement to the Mono Lightning decks. They have so many backups that search backups, but they kind of don't all work together. You kind of run out of slots pretty quickly. But when you're playing the Ricard, not only is it an odd-costed backup, but it can also add other backup searchers. So assuming you're playing, that President Shinra or Ryu, which can kind of, daisy chain your way into other backups, those have been pretty consistent. You can see here that's guaranteed him a way into 3 backups.
Yeah. So we see here Kaka going for the Sarah, so we search wall plus.
It's going to search him 2 Warriors of Light or FFL forwards, but you don't tend to see those in this deck very often.
So we see the Onion Knight and the wall 7. See here if he casts it or if he waits to cast it off a backup.
Not sure what the question there was, but it seems like it's all sorted out.
I think it's just foreign language for me. Yeah, so he has cast it.
So because we have the Warrior of Light, and it looks like we have Lightning, we might not have Ice yet, but we have at least 5 elements.
Yeah, so we have to Lena here with no crystals, so that's not
Yeah, not ideal to not get a backup here. Probably just take the Ferris.
Yeah.
So Kaka's take on the Warrior of Light strategy is that you really want to hit like 1 forward and 1 backup. That's really where you kind of hit the sweet spot of value and consistent pressure. The Ferris is kind of not the ideal here. Like Iziramis or like Nimbus, Axstar, Gilgamesh, these kinds of cards that kind of put a little bit of pressure on your opponent that your opponent has to remove. Those are, you want to hit one of those, but then you also want to get that extra value. And here Ferris is not really that extra value.
Yeah. Ideally, yeah, he would have seen, or even a Terror or something to attack the hand as well. So we see Evan answer with the LSA into Ishtola, which is obviously a very clean answer to Zeramis. We're gonna kill Ishtola here.
Yep. So when the Ferris attacks, it deals 1,000 all, and then he'll get 2 triggers off of the Ferris, and that'll kill the Y'shtola here.
Yep.
So even though both players are moving pretty fast, but you know, Evan had, first of all, he had the thing that he was looking for. He had the LSA into the Y'shtola. He didn't have to play a Grahatia or anything in order to get the ball rolling. And now he is under a little bit of damage pressure, but Kaka Yamada does not have like a zero miss or a nim miss or something that kind of gets continuous economic and or damage pressure on his backups. And that means Evan maybe a little bit ahead here, maybe not. Just depends on how many cards. I think he's got 3 cards left in his hand. He's just thinking about which one of the backups he wants to play.
I definitely think Faris here, representing removal, every attack is pretty relevant.
Yeah,
it makes it hard for Evan to keep anything on the board, especially if we draw an Onion Knight or another Warrior of Light and we start doing upwards of 10k.
Actually, we do have another Onion Knight here, but that would be the second Onion Knight. It's a little bit awkward, but Onion Knight with its other ability is actually pretty relevant here, all things considered.
Yeah, it's very durable forward, comes back, obviously.
We might see Kaka play a backup here, or he's just gonna go straight for the discard.
Yes. Good hand pressure. Evan's down to 3 in hand now.
Yeah.
Has Odin.
Interesting, he opted to keep the Onion Knight in hand, but discarded the Zero Miss, which would give him the Fire CP to play it. So I imagine that Evan is just holding up removal here. We'll see.
He's
what
got
happens.
the Odin in hand.
Yeah, you can see he has the Odin in hand. He is a little bit, but an EX burst would be absolutely huge here if we can find it. But gonna opt to go for the Terra first.
So it puts him to 6. Grahatia is a very nice hit. Plays the crystal back up for water, gets a crystal, draws a card. If we can draw a wall special here, that would be pretty good at sealing the game.
That's an Axstar. So that Axstar is going to be pretty difficult to play. We're going to have to draw an ice card and discard 2 to play it. But having the fire card in hand is always just pretty helpful. And if you do draw the ice card, you already have 2 great targets in your hand with the Ferris and the Alpha Knot that we see here.
A lot of this pressure is on Evan too. Now that we have a crystal, Terra's activated ability is ready to go. So Evan would need to play 2 blockers if that's his play, or a blocker and removal with only 4 cards, 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good example of how, like, when there's no EX burst hit by the Mono Lightning, even if you're playing this, slow controlling your removal deck, it's just not enough. And you can see there with Evan throwing out the fist bump, he just didn't have it. You can totally imagine another world where he plays the Alice into the Y'shtola. If he has the S ability in his hand, that could completely turn the tides of the game. But he didn't have it. The Y'shtola gets removed, and he was just able to creep his way out with the Ferris.
Yeah. It was a very hard choice for him too with the Y'shtola.
Yeah.
Kill the Zeramis or kill the Faris. Faris kills the Y'shtola back.
Yep.
Obviously Zeramis dulls your forwards, attacks your resources, so hard spot to get out of for sure.
Yeah, and we saw the wall deck drop a game to 13, but take a game here against the Mono Lightning, and it seems pretty clear that it's a deck with good sticking power. You saw that he got a couple of his forwards removed, but he was just able to keep on fighting.
Yeah.
So it looks like our next match is going to be around 12:15. Do you guys have any other closing thoughts before we turn off the stream? Chat real quick?
Yeah, a bit of a shorter game.
Sure, yeah.
So I think what we saw there is where the wall deck wants to operate in terms of going second, getting a searcher, you can play it. Going first, you can't do both, right?
Sure.
So generating that forward pressure, even though Faris wasn't ideal, it did represent removal on the next turn. And then Mono Lighting, we could see, I don't want to say the weaknesses of the deck, but you can see when it doesn't have time to set up and it doesn't have the removal lineup. It's very hard, right? Like if the Odin drew a card, even that would have been nice if it had enough characters. Drew a Zande earlier, even that's a 9k forward that can represent.
You see the big boon that Dole Freeze 1 backup really caused. The Zero Miss, it doesn't seem like it would completely slow down the Lightning player, but we knew that he had the Reno or the Root in hand. And with one of the backups getting low frozen, that means he can't play that on curve. He has to try to answer the board. That means it's harder for him to play Weaver, and it just kind of spirals out of control without being too assuming out of the gates.
Yeah, a lot of people in chat are talking about how fast the meta is.
Yeah.
I mean, those 2 players are just very efficient. They've played a lot of games, right? But also we have to remember this is deck A, deck B.
Yeah.
So I think you'll find a lot of players have a slower deck and a faster deck.
Yeah.
They're just lining up that way, right? Aggro
Yeah.
against control. If aggro
Yeah.
gets it quick enough, that's just how it's going to go.
The same game could have easily taken, an extra 20 minutes if the Lightning deck was barely able to turn the corner and needed a few more turns to keep things going. But yeah, I think we'll see that with other 4CP wall decks and other, especially mirror matches going in the forward. It's very easy to see that some of the matches could take way longer, but some of the matches are way shorter. It's just kind of the nature of the meta as it is right now.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, well, so our next match will be in about 35 minutes. So, about 12:15. So again, 35 minutes, and we'll be back with round 4. Hopefully, we might have 2 undefeateds. We might switch it up and try to get some new players on the team. We will have that information for you when we get back.
And welcome back to the World Championships 2023. We're live streaming from Tokyo Square Enix headquarters, and we are on round 4. Okay.
All right, so our 2 players are Ryan Chen, who's the North American champion, and Guan Lining, I'm sorry if I butchered the name, but Guan Lining from China as the Chinese champion. So Ryan's going to be on a mono water deck, one that we are very familiar with, and Guan Lining has a mono ice aggro deck, and that's something we are not used to. So I think this should be a good one. Hopefully we get a little bit of a longer match this time, but we'll take whatever we can get. So without further ado, let's head over to the stream cam.
Are we ready? Okay.
All right, and we got the players here.
Cool. Got the new Golbez sleeves. Very nice.
Yeah, the Golbez Master sleeves.
Yeah.
That's Ryan dropping a card. I think this is the first match we've had where both players are wearing hats. That's
something. It's also 2 mono decks, which we haven't seen a whole lot of today.
Yeah. We saw Mono Lightning.
Yes.
And I think that's it we saw for mono decks.
We saw a mono water.
Oh, sorry, we saw mono water.
Definitely haven't seen much ice today outside of the world decks.
So, quick spoiler alert here: the mono water is a little different from maybe what we're used to seeing. It's not super different, but mono ice on the other hand. Now that's an archetype we haven't seen in a long time.
Long, like 10 opuses.
Yeah. So, do you want to talk about the mono ice a little bit, maybe?
Yeah. So it's built mostly around discard for sure. There's a really heavy discard passage. Grieva and Ultimisha new cards. Rugged Gene as well. So ice has a lot of good attack triggers. You're talking about Rufus, Stola, giving Grieva haste as well.
Yeah,
pseudo attack trigger. Rugged Gene enables all of that, which is very powerful. And also, pressures. New Shiva, I don't know if that's in this list or not. It is? There you go. That is also super powerful in mono ice. Just recurring dull freeze, especially in an aggressive deck. So we have Lefenian straight up, so that's a very efficient discard to start the game.
Yep.
If he follows this up with Rufus, any pressure forward.
Was that a pass of the turn, or are we just confirming the number of cards? Oh, it looks like we're just confirming. Yeah, Rufus here would be real strong. Oh, Hooray.
Okay, so
Hooray is kind of an older backup.
Yeah.
Lets you draw a card if you made your opponent discard a card effects this turn. That is something that Ryan is probably not used to playing against, and not something we're really used to seeing. The card never really took off in mono ice. So, definitely an interesting one, and maybe one of the more powerful starts out of this deck right out the gates.
Yeah, seems very, very good. It's almost the equivalent of playing two drop backups, right? Because you're drawing a card and also they're discarding. So,
also, Ryan did not have a particularly fantastic start with the Alchemist. So you really wanted to see, like a Sarah or even a Loprite or something is going to be better than that a lot of the time.
Be interesting to see if Ryan wants to empty his hand most turns or just cop the discards and hope to hold his quality cards.
I think I can sneak a little peek at another backup in his hand. I think it was a Waka. So maybe we're trying to curve out with a Waka and we just wanted to start with an even costed backup.
We have Krista here.
This is going to be a random discard. Hopefully this doesn't hit.
If this hits the Waka, then it's
really
bad
unfortunate.
News. Yeah.
And there's the Waka. And that's going to earn us another draw from the Hooray at the end of the turn.
Yes. So we have an Ash drawn and a Porum. Porum's not awful in this matchup.
Yeah, Porum is actually quite powerful in this matchup. But you really wanted that backup. Yeah.
So he has Tonberry in hand as well.
Yeah.
Has just chosen to pass. Yeah. So now any Rugged Genes or Rufus attacks, Lastwell, can all be turned off. The
Obviously,
ice.
the biggest one that we're probably looking to turn off is Y'shtola going forward in the match. So this is kind of the opposite of how Mono Water wants the match to start. A lot of non-forward discard pressure, some advantage being generated by the representative from China here, Guan Ling. And that's just not something that Water is very good at fighting against. It's better at killing the forwards when they come out early with Lightning, dealing with them with Porum and stuff like that. And not only that, but kind of a backup brick here.
Yeah. So see where we go from here. I would be surprised if we don't have another discard outlet. There's a lot of discard in the deck.
Yeah. This is definitely an aggro deck, but it's interesting that he's kind of taken this mid-range approach to it with the Lufenian and the Hooray. I would be very surprised if he had a ton of backups in the deck, but he's done a really good job of playing the cards that are good against Mono Water.
For sure. So obviously, killing Porum in ice is pretty hard outside of
hard,
Ishtola,
yeah.
and obviously he can stop Ishtola.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
be interesting to see how he plans to deal with it, especially once it gets 3 counters. It'll start making attacks really difficult.
Yep.
Magmalada here. Scale Toad, perhaps. I'm not sure what other monsters are in here.
We have a Krista, so yeah, Scale Toad is going to be, and this is going to be really, really hard for Reiner move. You know, water is not good at dealing with monsters, especially, and just, you know, all of these monsters. Are
It's Leviathan or nothing.
Yeah. And the Nagmalada here, kind of a card that we see pop up every now and again. It's not super popular, but searching Scale Toad is obviously really powerful. It's been used in decks like Icewind as well to search Atomos, and you know, whenever a card says search, you can be pretty sure that it's got some niche at least.
Yeah. I think especially odd backups when you're playing Lethenians are pretty powerful. So we have Tonberry here. Trying to get down to not discard the Toad, or he's going to hold a pretty large hand. Blue Worm.
This is going to be an interesting change from the normal calculus. It's like Ryan is just being forced to play monsters out here and discarding down to the Scale Toad. If it were you, do you think you would have just attacked with the Porum here?
Yeah, I think you do have to put some sort of damage pressure back because you're in a very hard spot. Maybe he's going for holding like 6 monsters up, going for lethal that way.
Yeah, maybe. I think a judge was just confirming that Scale Toad was discarded too, which it was.
So we have 3 here. Could be 5. Could be Fistless. I think Ryan's got less than 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
From the looks of it.
I believe he has 2 cards in his hand at this point. Fistless would be one of the better ways to get some draw pressure out of this, and perhaps use the Fistless special ability.
Yeah, to get rid of this.
To get rid of this Porum, because this Porum, even if it's not particularly threatening, it will be really, really annoying for the Ice player to deal with going forward.
Yeah.
It looks like Ryan is just using the ability to get rid of
draw the S.
Fistless here.
Yeah. So this does also present the issue of next turn if we play an Ishtola, you can't blank them both, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You're either getting one attack or the other one. So Krista's a forward here, attacks.
Yeah, that's a backup that we wanted to draw.
Yeah. So we have Glaciella now in hand, which is not nothing.
Glaciella, looks like we drew a Sarah here, so we're actually gonna get some cards back. I think we're gonna go Sarah, and then Gordon and get our 1 card in the hand, and then if he tries to force us to discard next turn, we can activate the Tonberry. Yep. So we can actually play around some of the discard effects here. Maybe there won't be any draws from Array. However, that Fistless is gonna get out of control really, really fast. So Porum's kind of tied down right here. So if one has a Y'shtola or anything, and he can kind of overload the Porum here, he's gonna have a pretty good time, I think.
For sure. So Porum's on 3 now, which means Fistless can't really attack ever until we have something else on board threatening.
Yeah, I guess the other big thing here is that the Porum is on 3 counters now. So now, as you said, the Fistless is gonna have a hard time attacking. But also, if we blank the Fistless and then he decides to attack with his Shola, he will get the damage in, but we'll get a trade on the Tonberry at least. So. I think maybe if I was Ryan at this point, I would actually have to consider saving the Porum until. Oh! Well.
He's gonna activate Tonberry here, probably. Yeah,
he's gonna activate Tonberry here in response to the Fistless Premium Bullet here. So the thing about this Fistless is that it is actually just one of the best specials in the game. You know, not only do you get a 10k nuke against one of your opponent's forwards, you also get a discard there. So the discard doesn't resolve, so he won't draw a card off Array at the end. But it did get rid of that last Ash in Ryan's hand, which could have been one of the ways that you kind of find a way out of it.
All 3 Ash are in the bin now, too. Not going to hit him on EX, not going to draw them later.
All 3 Ash, and I think no Leviathan as well, which is going to be pretty big for the prospects of, you know, a future Lena Leviathan turning this game around.
The upside is we do have 12 water in the deck. Well, there's Regazine.
There's Regazine.
So now people the forwards can attack because they'll have first strike. Obviously, Tomberry won't get damage to them.
Fistless has been reduced to 1k here, though. I kind of hope that Guan is tracking that, but the Fistless has been reduced to 1k, so it will just die suicide directly into the blue worm if it does choose to attack, even if he gives it all of the keywords.
I think he's giving it to Krista here, just to get 2 attacks in without Tomberry affecting it. Sarah off the top. Krista comes in, Brave. Yuna.
Ryan really needed an EX burst there if he could.
Yeah, so Guan's in a very good position here.
Yeah.
We have 12 in the bin, so we can, if we draw exactly Lena Levy, we can cast it. We have Glaciella.
Glaciella, this is not a bad one because, the Rugagine and the Krista are going to continue dealing damage to you, but what really kills you in these positions is, the Fistless, the drawing extra cards and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, we can only kill 1 here, especially if a Rufus comes down now. We're in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah. So I think Ryan's going to use the Glaciella on the Fistless this turn, and then we're just going to end up taking 2 points of damage.
Yeah. Can't do both Tonberry and Glaciella either, so that puts us in a pretty hard position. But from Guan's point of view, this is exactly what he wants, right? Low cards, low resources, his attacks haven't hit EX.
Yeah.
So...
And at any point, drawing a Yashola or the Haste Lightning and stuff like that, those extra damage pressure, it's getting to the point where Ryan's really got to hit an EX burst or he could die at any point.
Yeah. Like even Lastwell here too, like getting Haste with the Rugagine. So we've just gone to combat, so there's no forward in hand. Fistless dies. So if he turns on Krista here, there is the risk of Levy 6 cost.
Yeah.
Can get rid of 2 forwards. Yeah, so he's given everything. That's the Lena. Krista comes in. That's the Tonberry. So we're not, Ryan's not out of it from here, but he's in a really
pretty
bad
far
position.
behind, yeah. It would have been really helpful to get a Levy 9 into the bin a little bit earlier. Maybe then we could potentially think about top decking Lena, something like that. But I think without it, it's going to be pretty tough. No more crystals left either if we had some other crystal generator. Maybe a Realm off the top could potentially be an avenue to get back.
Looks like we have another
Faceless. Wow. Gonna get Dull Freeze on the Tonberry.
And draw a card. Let's see what Ryan's drawn here.
Given by the fact that he hasn't slammed anything, I'm gonna guess it's not good.
Yeah.
No Yuna here either, so the Levy 6 is not gonna be hard castable. That would be another thing that he could potentially think about was putting the Rugagine on bottom and returning the Fistless to hand next turn if he had that, but without the Yuna on the board, there's not enough CP.
Yep. Do we have a Shinryu?
It's a Shinryu then. Well, unfortunately, I don't think this is going to get anything besides discard fodder for the Tonberry that's been dull frozen, but...
Yeah. So if you're playing for long term, you probably get Leviathan here, right?
Yeah, so that you can discard it for Lena later in the game.
Yep. It being 9k is not relevant here, which is unfortunate for Ryan.
Unfortunate. I think we're gonna have to see like a six drop Levy burst here in order to get the Ryan back into the game. I think barring that, one is in just such a commanding position,
Yeah, especially with the Rugagine here now too. Any forward is just another forward pressure.
Especially like a Rufus or whatever, it would just be completely devastating.
Yeah. Can't see what he has.
He does a good job of hiding his hand.
Yeah. I think his forward count is probably pretty high though, so I'd be surprised if he doesn't have something. Obviously last turn the only forward he had was the second Fistless.
Yeah, or maybe the second and third even, I don't know, but yeah.
No, one's in the bin from the special, right? So,
or so when he played it the first time.
Right, yeah, I'm with you.
I think a Lightning will do it here, Shantoto will do it here, Rufus, Y'shtola, Ultimecia.
There's a lot. There's a lot of cards.
There's a lot of cards that it could have been.
But it looks like he might be moving to combat, so possibly he's only got backups or same names.
Yeah, or maybe he's got a summon or same name card. could easily imagine in the spot if he can't play anything, it's like, well, maybe he's got like 2 more regular genes
Yeah,
in his hand
exactly,
or something
right?
exactly like that in his hand. But
I think most of his backups don't help here either, so it's better to go to combat, see what Ryan does, see what the EX bursts a hit.
he's just gonna go ahead and give it up immediately so that he doesn't lose it to the Fissilus, or
Yep.
which is fine.
I think the Rugged Gene just target Fissilus with everything.
Yeah. The Fissilus Dolt freezes the Shinryu, then we take a point of damage, and then when the Cockatoo attacks, we have to try to do something with the Blue Worm, I think,
Yeah.
maybe.
So if Guan has a Shiva in hand, he's in a very, very commanding
Yeah.
position for sure.
Any kind of instant speed Dolt freezer would just be,
Yeah.
completely blowing the doors open.
So he attacks here. Looks like he's
Dolt freezing the Shinryu.
Makes sense. Force the Blue Worm to block.
Brian's gonna go ahead and preemptively do the Blue Worm here. The Caucasus is still gonna attack, probably. I think anything short of a, Leviathan 6 here is not going to be enough to get him back into the game. So I guess the only other thing to check here is if Guan has another, like, discard effect here, he's just going to get it for free.
Chose his sail. So
Yeah, it looks like he might just get a Rufus right now. I think he probably could have forced lethal if he had done that, but was just playing around, potentially something happening. So.
Well, this is what we've seen a lot today, right? The aggro
Right,
players are taking
right.
safe paths to victory. So
Yeah.
it's reasonable.
Definitely. It's not a matchup that you generally consider favored, but he's just been playing, mid-range the entire time.
Yeah, yeah. His hand attack has been really like the Lefanian into the Krista.
It's been such a boon for the deck.
Yeah,
definitely.
for sure. Obviously, it's a dead draw later in the game, but that doesn't matter if it sets you up the way it has.
Yeah. Especially with the array.
Yeah, and there's the handshake there. Was hoping for maybe Shinryu special.
Yeah, I think he needed exactly like
or Lena.
Lena is the only thing that I can think of there, but yeah, that will set it up. Definitely some tight play from the Mono Ice. It's not really a matchup you expect them to win in the first place, but also to have all the tools to win.
Yeah, for sure.
It's definitely a deck where it's kind of strapped thin by the requirements it has for playing 3 of the Rufus, playing 3 of the Reggie. You don't tend to see all of these Cockatoo, Scale Toe, Dogmalata, a ton of backups that kind of help support it. Ray, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But just like he found the combination of cards that he needed to beat Water, and he played them, and it's really just as simple as that. So maybe some bad luck on Ryan from that early backup. The Caucasus getting rid of the Waka, I think, was kind of a really, really big turning point. But he might not have gotten it later at any rate. So just unfortunate for Ryan, but really, really, really well played by our Chinese representative here.
Yeah, definitely good to see how they play as well. Like, very clean play. Like we said, sort of safe, right? Didn't go for the first play.
Yeah, it's easy to imagine a player who would have just slammed everything on the table and hoped for lethal and then not doing it. But he's very, very patient, very measured, and it's great to see some of that play out of a region we don't get to see too often.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Bit of a longer game too, which is nice.
Yeah, it was a little bit longer. We had some more measured play there, so. Okay, I think we are going to have a lunch break, and we'll be back at around 2 p.m. JSC. So it's going to be, for those of you who that's difficult to math out, that's about an hour and a half now. So at around 2 p.m. JST, we will see you here.
And it's worth noting too. Sorry,
Go ahead.
Deck B after the lunch break.
Oh yes. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot to mention. Yes. So all the players will be switching from their A deck to their B deck for the later rounds. We'll go over that a little bit more, just once more for people who had missed the beginning of the stream at the start of the next one. So yeah. Anyways, thank you. We will see you here.
And welcome back to the World Championships 2023 of the Final Fantasy Trading Card Game. Today's day 1 of the 8 rounds of Swiss draw.
Yep.
And we just had lunch break.
Yep, just coming back from the lunch break. So for those of you that missed out on the first half of the stream, we finished the first 4 rounds of Swiss. So we'll be heading into the latter 4 rounds of Swiss, and in these next 4 rounds, the players will be using their second deck, the deck B. And so it's going to be a little bit different, I think, from the first half of the day. We saw a lot of the same kind of decks, or a lot of rather short matches, aggro versus control lopsided stuff. Now we're going to see what else the players have. Maybe players have brought 2 aggros, maybe they brought 2 controls, or maybe they kind of brought a mix of them. And we're going to see a little bit different format coming here from the first 4 rounds.
Yeah. Just to update, are we updating on standings as well?
Yeah.
So
Do we have the latest?
we don't have to update them.
Okay, so we've got the player standings right here.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. So we can see Yamada is the only one undefeated at the moment, and then we have 4 3-1s. So all of those players only have to do 2-2 or better to guarantee a day 2 spot.
Yeah.
Good position to be. And then also we have a glut of 2-2s as well that need to do 3-1 or better, and then the 1-3s don't need to not drop a game.
Yeah. So just a quick refresher there. Basically, because it's such a small tournament and we have 8 rounds, you need to do 5-3 or better to really guarantee your spot in the top 6 here, and that's what all of the players are aiming here for. So, the people that you see here that are at 3-1, 4-0, they're feeling pretty good right about now.
Sure.
Just another win or 2, and they're going to be locked up for their spot in day 2, and if you go even further, hey, maybe you can even get that first or second place, get through with a bye in the first round of playoffs. Everyone at 2-2, they're sweating it out a little bit more.
Yeah.
They kind of got to go 3-1 or better, and if you're 1-3, you can't drop another game. It's really a crunch time. So you can see here there's a pretty good mix of decks too. There's a lot of 4-color Warrior of Light. There's a lot of it's written as cost 3 here, or Warrior of Light for Alexander Hancock's, or but the same kind of decks. You're playing the Warrior, the 7-drop Warrior of Light. Also a lot of water, actually.
Yeah. And a decent amount of ice as well. So,
yeah. So these are all things that the players are going to have thought about when they want to get into their second deck. So second decks are going to be a little different from these. Maybe we'll see something a little more creative from the players. Maybe they're more confident in their second deck. I know some people wanted to take their better deck as for the last 4 rounds so that they could really clutch out those last 4 wins. So we'll see. All right.
Are we ready for round 5?
Yep. So our match here is going to be Kosuke Nozawa versus Hunter Nance. So Kosuke Nozawa is the current FFTCG Japan national champion. Hunter Nance is got his invite from Top Cut of the North American National Continental Championship. Yeah. That would be. Sorry. Anyways, Nozawa is going to, who also goes by Zawa, and I'm going to call him that throughout the match because I always forget. But he has brought his kind of signature deck here, the Ice Lightning, and Hunter has brought a Mono Ice, which is something that we saw, but maybe this is a little bit different from the one that we saw in the last round. So whenever we're ready, we can cut over to the player cams. Awesome.
Cool. So it is worth noting, we saw on the standings before, so Hunter played Megissa for deck 1, which is a deck he's more known for, I'd say. And Zoa played Warrior of Light, 4-color, I think. Yeah. So these ones are obviously not even close to crossover, right? Ice Lightning versus 4-color, Mono Fire, Mono Ice. So we won't see any sort of, what's the word? Like, missing cards for the sake of deck.
Right. Yeah,
they're very much separate decks. I think going first in this matchup is going to be pretty big with the Mono Ice versus the Ice Lightning.
Yeah.
I think the Mono Ice is very forward based, very forward attack, triggers, that sort of stuff, Rugagine.
Yeah.
Whereas the Ice Lightning obviously is the classic Ice Lightning, your Sephiroths, he plays Weiss Nero, I assume.
He's got the restrictor Nero Weiss.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Ice Lightning is kind of tried and true at this point. You know,
Yes.
it's very much a safe, well-tested deck. There's a lot of backup searching. You know, you have President Shinra that can search for Sisne, but also can get, you know, your Rufus and stuff like that, those kind of key cards. You have Restrictor for Nero, which gets you your Ice and Lightning and then into Ice. You have Reeve to get Kaseth, and also goes into Vincent. You know, all of these cards have EX bursts, as you might have noticed. So it is potentially difficult as a mono Ice player to kind of really nail down the Ice Lightning onto 0 cards, because you're both kind of playing the same game here, right?
Yeah.
But the Ice Lightning tends to have more EX bursts than you do.
Yeah, obviously Hunter has the benefit of color consistency, right? He's playing mono ice. He's going to be able to play his cards. I think most of his cards will be 4 or less. So once he's on 2 backups, he can play anything he top decks. So in terms of discard, it should be okay.
Yeah. That's definitely a big advantage there, and also, you know, Hunter's arguably got the more powerful end of it. You know, we talk about these powerful multi-element cards like Sephiroth and Lightning. They are very powerful, but also, you know, being mono comes with a lot of benefits. You know, like you said, there is the tempo and the speed, but there's also, you know, Lufenian is just a card that you cannot fit in your Ice Lightning backup. And when you're going first, it is a really big advantage to be able to play these.
Yeah.
So it looks like maybe Zawa has gone first, or maybe he's considering his mulligan. I'm not sure.
Looks like Hunter's keeping.
Oh, looks like Hunter's decided to go first. So, yeah, I would already, if we had a little advantage meter, I would already push it a little bit towards Hunter. You know, that's just kind of how we're
starting with the Rufus.
Starting with the Rufus.
So if we follow this up with the rug, it's a pretty daunting start. Discards an Odin.
So that's an Odin we would have liked to hit on EX. So I guess the big question on everybody's mind here is, well, does Hunter have the Regagene? Because if he does, then that Rufus is never getting dulled without Zawa doing something. But he decides to ship the turn back. So this is really, really good. Obviously, very, very good for Zawa here.
So he has his own Rufus there as well.
Yeah, so he can tie down the opponent's Rufus, but it looks like he also just has, you know, like President Shinra, it looks like. So
that's a Reeve, right?
Oh, is that a Reeve?
Possibly. They stand.
Oh yes, it does. It does look like a Reeve. Yeah, they have similar poses and similar artwork, but yeah, it does look like that is a Reeve. The thing about Zawa's kind of like signature Ice Lightning is that he plays cards like, you know, Shinryu and Medine, which are really not cards that you tend to see in Ice Lightning. They're kind of rare ones. It's interesting to see if those cards are going to be a liability in this matchup, or if they're going to be some kind of something that he can turn into an advantage.
Yeah. We'll have to see. It looks like Emperor Gestal.
Yeah, I see a Unaleska, a Gestal, and one more card I know. There's a Reeve that, you know, it came onto the scene as a little comment here, and we didn't really have expectations for it, but as a 4-drop CP backup, it's just been pretty good all around, you know? Yeah, it's just been a pretty solid card. Very reliable. You know, it's really hard to go wrong with those replace a card in your hand EX bursts as well. So
it definitely helps your like backup numbers too. Like I know the Water Lightning from last set played a lot lower count because they had Reeve and Lopper.
Yeah.
Just ways to just dig through your deck and find what you need.
Yeah. It's especially really good when you have a deck like, you know, Ice Lightning. It's the same thing as I said with the Mono Lightning in like round 3, I think, where it's like you have a lot of backups that search backups, but you don't have backups that search backups that search backups, right? So like having, you know, options like Reeve that can potentially get you to a President Shinra or to a Restrictor it's pretty potent. And also just like Ice Lightning really wants to play 3 Unaleska, and there's no backup that searches Unaleska in these colors. So
for sure, yeah.
Looks like he's kind of struggling to find out how to empty his hand or do something against the Rufus. Although it is really awkward that even if he empties his hand against the Rufus, the Hunter can opt to, you know, Dull Freeze or to add back the Rude that's in his break zone right there.
So he's passing now. He has a Sephiroth, I think, in hand. So without a rug here, the Rufus will probably most likely die. But with a rug, we're in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah, a really bad spot, I would say. We'll see if Hunter can draw that rug right here. I think if he had it last turn, he definitely would have gone for it. But without it this turn, it's a little more difficult to say.
I see a Weiss.
Yeah.
Isail. Plays Lufenian.
That's a really strong. Although, if the plan is to Lufenian and then attack into Rufus, you're actually going to lose the discard here.
Yeah.
That is kind of awkward. And this also 2 Rufuses gone for Zawa.
Yeah. Which is really relevant, obviously. It's a very powerful card.
Yeah.
Big reason to play Ice. See, Hunter's taking his time here.
Yeah.
Deciding how all in he wants to go. Or if he wants to attack.
Yeah. A little bit of an awkward start here. You know, a lot of the times when you're playing the Isolate deck, you really just want to go Restrictor, Nero, pass, and then your opponent's like, well, if I play into Sephiroth, this is going to suck, but also if I don't, then, you know, I'm not going to have a good time.
Yeah, so he chooses to pass after playing the Unaleska. Are we considering playing the Sephiroth with no target, perhaps?
Yeah, it could be.
Looks like he is going to.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to opt to do that.
Cool, so now we get the discard on attack, obviously.
So it's going to be Hunter's last card, so there is a lot of value in that,
Yeah,
for sure.
The only issue is here is I don't know if we drew playable. We have
I see a Nero and another ice card. That might not be playable. So
it
that's
takes
going to
the
force
last
the
card.
discard, yeah.
yeah.
It's a Nero.
But I think, as I was saying before, now that Hunter has 2 backups, I think he'll be able to play, outside of same names, anything off the top of his deck. So.
Yeah. I think I saw a Physalis in a Nero, so those are 2 unplayables, and he's definitely gonna get the discard out.
I think I saw, last one.
Okay, yeah. So now this is interesting. We're gonna Rufus and make him discard. If we hit a EX burst here, this is gonna be really bad.
So it
Okay.
hits the X-Dev. Shinryu is the draw here, which is playable. No, it's 2 Shinryus.
It's 2 Shinryus on top. That's gonna be
Not playable.
our whole hand discarded potentially here.
Yeah, we get the Rufus, the Unaleska, and the last spell attack, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really big break for Hunter here, I think.
Yeah.
See if we opt to use the Unaleska first, or if we're just going to play the General. So here it is. That's kind of potentially going to be pretty close to closing this out here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I would have opted to just go for Unaleska here, but with the Rufus standing and the rug here, Sephiroth isn't going to be able to attack anymore, and it's going to be a little bit awkward. I think Zawa needs some EX bursts here to...
Yeah. So he's chosen the double freeze to Sephiroth, which means we can afford Shinryu next turn?
Yeah. So we're going to get discarded one.
Yeah.
But without an EX burst and without an extra forward here, the Shinryu is still going to cost 5, so we can't
Yeah.
afford a tidal wave.
It would only be the forward, which is not great. But it is playable. It is something. So we have Whis and Ishtola.
Oh, let's say Y'shtola.
Y'shtola's
That
not
is
bad.
pretty good. However, the rug is just going to block it. So because the Rugged is going to block it, we can't actually attack because the Rugged has first strike.
And we have no way to discard
We have
the
no
last
way to
card.
discard, yeah. So I think we're actually going to have to Shinryu and then hold Medine is going to be the line of play, I think, from
So pitch 3
Zawa.
for,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can pitch 3 or you can just pitch 2 and play Shinryu because you just
And pitch
discard
the last
the-
card from Medine. Yeah. Reason.
Unfortunately, I think that's still just going to be really difficult for Zawa to come back.
Any forward is obviously able to attack because of regime.
Oh, we'll remove the Regagine probably with the
that's true.
Shinryu. But, you know, the Rufus
have
is
a
still going to
double
double
freeze
freeze
for Rufus.
it, and then last ball is going to get a discard even if we hit an EX burst, you know, so.
So yeah, we're playing the Shinryu.
I think we're going to search Medine.
Yep.
Yep. This has been one of the things that's really separated Zawa's Ice Lightning from other versions of the deck is this Shinryu Medine package. That it gives you. It's obviously not shining really bright here,
Sure.
but it definitely is a kind of avenue that the deck isn't known to play on, and that is an interesting adaptation.
So if Hunter has 3 cards here, so he can't play a second Rug and Unaleska. He can force the issue by Unaleskaing first and making him Medine a main 1.
Yeah.
He has an Ishtola, which is pretty good. Yeah, place
Oh,
the
that's just
Y'shtola.
going to. I think that's just going to close it out right here. So we go to attacks. The rug is going to get Medined, and then Rufus still freezes, and barring some kind of EX burst, that's just going to be the game, I think.
Yeah. Well, Y'shtola can attack and kill the Shinryu too, right?
Yeah. Assuming, yeah. Yeah, that also works. I think anyway you slice it.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Takes
He's
it.
going to take the Y'shtola, so that's still going to do it. We're just going to attack with the Rufus first.
Don't freeze the Shinryu. I don't know if any EX here would matter.
Unless there's the Odin has already been discarded, so that's going to be it. And there we go.
Alright,
Yep.
clean game from Hunter.
Very clean game.
Yeah.
Usually it's not so simple. Usually those are really, really scrappy back and forth matches. But you know, the kind of the awkward start from Zawa's isolating there. He didn't open the restrictor.
Yeah.
He didn't open the President Shinra, and you know, with those the way they are, it can be a little bit
Yeah.
difficult.
I think the pretty pivotal decision was Hunter choosing not to attack into the Sephiroth.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of aggro player, a lot of ice players who would be tempted because you know, well, even if I get Sephiroth, I got the discard piece,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But you know, when every single point of damage matters too in these kind of close aggro games, it can be like a decision like that can completely change the course of the game, and I think that's pretty.
I think
smart.
if you got to resolve Sephiroth on Rufus, we're talking about completely different things. Sephiroth's attacking, discarding cards.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
was a good one,
That was a
actually.
good
It's
one,
good.
and it's been a while since we've seen, you know, like these kind of ice mirrors. That's
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you the last time I saw an ice mirror.
That's true.
So it was nice to see that, and you know, another good showing from Mono Ice. You know, not a deck that I would have picked to be super excited about for this event. I would have thought that more people were on, you know, some different flavors of Rugged myself personally, but you know, showing up with 2 wins out of our feature matches, very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of value from their forwards now, right? Like, obviously, Rufus is the big one. Y'shtola is huge as well. Like, a lot of forwards that generate value over time, which Ice historically has been pretty bad at. So.
Yeah, and we had that Y'shtola is just such a banger. You know, it can hit active forwards, it has inherent haste, and then, you know, Rugged is bringing haste again, which is something that, you know, Ice hasn't really had access to over the course of the history of the game, but you know, with Reno and now Rugged, you know, Y'shtola, starting all the way back with like Opus 6 Squall, I think.
Yeah.
So slowly getting a few more, and when it does, it starts to get a little out of control.
Yeah, all of a sudden you have to really respect damage triggers like quite early. Like you're in lethal threat like a few turns in. Because,
Yeah. Okay. Well, if we have no other closing thoughts, I think that'll wrap up the round 5.
Okay.
I think we'll be back at around 2:45, so it's going to be in about
minutes.
25 minutes?
Ish, yeah.
Yeah, like 25, 30 minutes-ish. So stay tuned. We'll be back with more Final Fantasy TCG World Championship 2023.
Welcome back to the World Championships 2023. We're on round 6.
Yep. So we're getting into the nitty gritty here, getting into a matchup between two players who are kind of fighting for their tournament lives here. You know, both of them. We have one on 3-2, one on who's 2-3, needing to get those second or potentially win the rest of their rounds in order to remain in the tournament. So right now we have Shota Enomoto, also known as Didu from Japan, and he'll be playing Full Color Warrior of Light versus the North American representative Mike Powell, who's going to be playing Magisa. And Magisa and Warrior of Light, they both changed a little bit, but I think Magisa's the one that's changed more. So why don't you tell us about Magisa?
Yeah, so the big change to Magisa is Tybus. So it's a new warrior searcher that plays warriors from hand. It plays Axstar, it plays Yuzuki, it plays a new ward, which is a Magisa activator, which is pretty huge. I don't know if he's playing the new warrior or not, like the standard unit, but in general, Axstar, ward, Yuzuki are all really powerful cards depending on the matchup. So.
And especially really powerful cards to be playing for 0.
Yes.
Which is, Magisa is kind of one of these where it had these cards in the deck to be playing them off of Magisa's ability, obviously. But once they're in your hand, you didn't really have anything to do with them. Right?
Yeah.
You could discard them off of the EX Meath or something like that, but you didn't really have a whole lot to work with in terms of, actually getting them onto the board. But Tybus kind of opens up new possibilities for the deck by letting you, potentially hold these cards in your hand for a prolonged amount of time and make use of them later in the game.
Tybus being a threat too, like Magisa is already a card you really have to kill.
Yeah.
Tybus is now another one, and there's only so much removal people have room for, right?
Yeah. Definitely, for sure. All right, let's get into the game then. Looks like both of our players are just shuffling each other's decks, getting ready. Oh, Ridu looks a little cold, maybe. That's definitely a heavier jacket than I was expecting.
This looks like high roll, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like a high roll. That's a 6. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to tell with these FF dice.
Yeah.
That is definitely bigger. That's an 11.
That is a lot of V's.
That is a lot of V's. Yeah, very, very thick.
So we're looking for a Magisa and a Magisa activator for Mike. Obviously, what's his nickname? Didu.
Yeah.
Is looking for a
He's called
curve.
this,
Yeah, sure. Looking for a curve, right? He wants to get those wall colors as quick as possible.
Yeah, so as the 4-color wall deck, a lot of your primary counterplay against the Magisa is going to come in the form of Kuchulain, the Imperial. That's really the card that Magisa's fearing at any given point in time. However, it looks like actually we've got Didu or Shota here on the play. So that is going to be a pretty significant advantage. We'll see if you can, especially if you can hold up Kuchulain while you're on the play, that can be really good. However,
we started with a Tyro. Not ideal.
Not ideal start here for the wall deck.
Is that a multi-element Ferris as well?
Yes, that's a multi-element Ferris, which I would assume means he's playing a Warrior of Light package here. Yeah.
Sure.
And usually, even then, it's not really a common choice. Usually you tend to see, 1 or 0 of that card. So I would assume that he also has the Fire Ferris in the deck, which is actually a pretty decent card in this matchup.
So we'll see if Mike can start. So we started with the Meath here. So he's going to be able to search anything, likely the Magisa, obviously. Yeah. Or an Magisa activator if he already has it.
Yeah. If you already have the Magisa activator, or if you already have Magisa, you want to search for the activator here. If you have both, or if you want something else, it wouldn't be insane to go for Tybus.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like Magisa here. He could have the free Ifrit in hand. Hedgehog Pie would work.
Yeah.
Parum. There's a million ways to activate
Yeah, there's... Usually for even costed, you're looking for like the Ifrit that becomes free if you played a Fire, or a backup like Palam or Zandy. But it looks like he's just going to throw the turn back.
Yeah, possibly he has the 1 CP Ifrit, possibly. Looks like an Alphino in hand, which is not helpful, obviously.
Yeah, or maybe he's thinking like, I don't want to play my entire hand into a Shantoto, or I don't want to play my entire hand into potential Kuchulain and just be stuck with Magisa for a little while.
So we have just a Lena here.
Yeah. Well, this is at least some progress for Rita now, and especially if he does have the Kuchulain, now this is going to be the turn to use it, and the Tyro will not go to waste.
Yes, 100%. So it looks like we're probably going to go for the Magisa here.
It's a Hedgehog Pie.
Yeah.
See if you have another one, or maybe an odd costed way, or a backup that will activate it.
It looks like there's another Hedgehog in hand, I think, for a second. And a Ward, which is not helpful right at this moment. Okay, we'll go
Looks like we're going to use the Zandy then.
It lets it happen.
That means no Kuchulain is what that means.
Yep.
So right off the bat, you know, unless Shota here is running Shantoto, there's already just a pretty big advantage here, especially because, you know, Mike held that Magisa back for a turn, and that's often pretty indicative of Amaterasu, is what I'm thinking here.
Yes.
Usually, if you're holding that back, you really, really want to keep the card in your hand. Maybe he has a Tyvis, maybe he has that Ahmad, and yeah, that's going to be a pretty possible here.
Pretty good here.
We've got Tyvis up on this, or we've got Alphanat up on the screen there. That's just, you know, a staple card that we've kind of seen come back, especially with Alice over the time. But that's going to let him search anything, and it looks like he's just going to search out another Magisa searcher.
Yeah, as the power level of cards go up, searches like Alphano just become...
Yeah, these global searches are very, very powerful.
So it looks like we have another Tyro and something.
Looks like we drew a Lunith here.
Okay.
So maybe we're just going to ship it back here. And it looks like he's just trying to set up any turn where it's possible to Refia, is my thinking here. We've got 2 Warrior of Light backups, and if it's possible to get to maybe 3 backups and Refia, or, you know, 2 forwards and Refia on the 4th. You know, the Magisa is going to be tricky to play around with the Refia, it always is. But on the flip side, if you can resolve with Refia, the game becomes really out of control really fast in this matchup.
So going for the Param here. I think I did see another Hedgehog Pie in hand, which I wonder if Mike will go for as a way to Magisa off turn, perhaps. And going for Bash. So Bash here can search another... No, we already have the Hedgehog Pie, so I wonder what he's going for here.
I think at this point you're just looking for, you know, like Tyvis, you know, some kind of backup plan into getting Shantoto'd or something.
Amaterasu off the top. I'm pretty sure I did see one of these hands, so I think he's okay with that.
You could also potentially be thinking, well, I'm probably not going to be losing to any aggressive stuff, so I don't really need to look for those kinds of cards. But looks like Tyvis is going to be the play here. I think that's a pretty safe bet. The other things you could possibly do is, you know, Yettalus or maybe an Axar to play off of Tyvis if you already had one in your hand. That wouldn't be a bad ad. For sure. So, or, you know, the second Magisa, but
if we get cleared here, I mean, next turn we have Tyvus into
Axstar,
whatever other 3-drop we have. Refia and damage is a good one.
Yeah, that's one we definitely didn't want to see in his break zone or
Kusith,
in his hand, so that's good. But the Kusith EX is definitely going to help.
Yeah.
And I think we should reiterate, especially if he runs Shantoto 7, like, Shota Enomoto is definitely not out of it yet.
Yeah, for sure. Because at this point, even if he has the Amount, it's going to cost 3 cards from hand.
Yeah.
So he gets the Bash back. Obviously, we're approaching the damage thresholds where Bash becomes more relevant. Draw another Tyro for turn.
It's 2 turns in a row, and it looks like he drew the Refia, though, so that's actually really, really big here. If we can resolve this Refia. And, you know, given Mike Powell here, he has 5 cards in his hand. You know, he's definitely prepared to play a long game here, but I think, you know, if there is going to be a swing here, it definitely starts on this turn with the Refia.
Yep. Obviously, with the Tyvus too, any board that does get removed here can be rebuilt pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So
I think the other potentially difficult thing is we have 2 on the board, and, you know, we can dull and discard something to play the Refia, but then that'll leave us with 3, and a lot of the cards a lot of the Words of Light in this deck, you know, they're not even costed, so it is pretty difficult, I think, to get to that last Warrior of Light here without discarding 2 to play it, like a Dusk or an Arc or something like that, maybe.
Yeah. Looks like he's just doing Refia Meth, perhaps.
Yeah.
To make sure he can get it and activate it.
Yeah, I think he definitely wants to be able to activate it once this turn and once next turn.
Yeah.
And that is a pretty high threshold for him to reach. I think he's going to need, you know, a Ferris.
Oh, so we're going with Shinryu.
Oh, we're going with Shinryu, okay. See if Mike opts to Amaterasu here. I think he probably won't. At least I would not imagine that he would.
If we go for Tidal Wave here, it puts us on like 3 cards left. It's not a very healthy hand.
Yeah.
So it looks like Mike is thinking. He could also have the Ifrit here.
Yeah.
And kill the Shinryu before it searches. Looks like he has Moro, I can see. Okay, so he does.
He's gonna opt for the Amaterasu. I think this is actually good for Shota right here. I think this is basically what he wants, because with the Amaterasu down, he can just go for Refia here at this point, right?
That was some pretty quality. He pitched Ifrit and Hedgehog as well. Both ways to use Magisa off turn.
Yeah, so that's a Tyvis here for us too. So we have Tyvis and 1 unknown card in hand. What do you think he kept instead of the Ifrit? Because
It's got to be a 3-drop for Axton,
Yeah,
right?
I think that's got to be it.
It's going to be like a... I think he kept the Morrow. I think he had Morrow in it.
Oh.
So he's looking at the break zone. He wants to know if the Tyvus went, right?
Yeah, I think he's checking to see if the Tyvus win, and I think he's thinking the exact same thing that I asked you, which is, what could he have that's better than Ifrit here? Yeah.
I wonder if going for the Ifrit there would have been...
I don't want to take away from anything, but I feel like the Ifrit there is just really, really good, right?
Yeah.
You could Amon and you can clean up the Shinryu and ping your own Magisa here.
Yeah.
I think maybe we may have gotten a little too attached to the Tyvus plan
Possibly.
for next turn. Well, it's going to be difficult to see for sure, but...
So we'll see if he goes for the Bash here. It looks like he's considering it. Yeah. I think he will go for the Bash here.
Mm-hmm.
Which can search... what can it search here? I mean, another backup,
It can
obviously.
search a lot. I think Krill backup is probably the biggest one. Oh! That's an
helps.
extra draw, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Extra
And that completely
missed
turns off,
dragon.
you know, if he had the Ifrit, that would completely turn it off too. That's really game changing actually. Maybe
Looks like he's going for Ingus.
Ingus, yeah, is the other. So Ingus and Krill are the two Warrior of Light backups that he could play here to turn on the Refia next turn.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be the line of play.
Yep.
Now, I think the question at this point is does Enomoto feel like he is secure enough to play the Ingus and just not die next turn? Because, you know, if Tyvus and Axtar come in and you know, the Bosch goes down, like, he could very easily just die, you know?
So he plays it. So now we have, as you said, Refia online and also 4-color wall if we draw it. So if Mike doesn't have a good turn this turn, it is looking like it will go in the favor of Enomoto. But in saying that, I mean, they both have healthy hands and strong boards, so it'd be interesting to see.
I actually think his last card in hand was Axtar. I think he actually kept Tyvus Axtar in hand.
Okay.
Which I totally understand,
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good card. So now we can Tyvus for a forward to play off of the Axtar.
Yeah, I think we've got Tyvus for ward,
Or
and then Axtar, or Yuzuki potentially, but Tyvus for ward lets us ping our own Magiso with the ward as well.
Yeah. The only thing with Yuzuki is it's insurance against a Faris potentially.
Right, exactly, yeah. That will be a pretty hard decision. Or actually, if you ping your own Magisa with the ward, then you can just go get Yuzuki with the Magisa.
You can.
So I think,
get it, all of it.
Yeah. I think he'll probably go for ward here.
Because Ward can't kill anything on the other side, right?
Yeah,
Bosch is an 8k.
Well, the Bosch is gonna die to Axtar, and then the Shinryu is gonna get Dulfros, and I guess the other thing you have to
Keeping
think about
Shinryu on board is risky.
Yeah, do you want to keep the Shinryu on board?
Yeah, because if he top decks an S, that's pretty devastating. I think you might have to kill the Shinryu.
Yeah. This board is another good addition from the new set here, especially for this Magisa deck. You'll note that it's an EX burst, and you know there is a little restriction there, but you'll notice it only does 7,000, which some people will be like, oh, it only does 7,000. But here in this matchup, or not in this matchup, but in this deck specifically, dealing 7,000 is actually really perfect because you get to keep the Magisa alive and deal damage to it instantly with the Tyvus here.
So we'll see what he searches here. It's not going to be Axtar, he has it already.
Yeah.
Furia.
Oh, he goes for Fear, and maybe, do you think we ran out of words?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? I have no idea. I think we saw a ward earlier.
We definitely saw at least one.
So maybe he only runs one, or maybe we didn't see the other one. Maybe he lost both of them or something. I don't know.
It's possible he also wants to push more damage this time.
Right. That also does have haste for sure.
Yeah.
That is a big part of it. Although, if he stacks the Axtar triggers, it will be perfectly fine. Yeah.
So he's attacking.
So you're gonna swing with the Magisa here, and then hold priority for Axtar. Yep.
Perfect. Makes sense. So this is where he has to make the decision, right? Does he want to keep Shinryu on board, or does he want to keep it frozen and clear out the Bausch?
Yeah, I think so. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attackers in total, or sorry, 4 attackers in total. So he can go for lethal this turn.
Yes.
This is presenting lethal right here. We target the Bosch with Axtar, Dulfreeze the Shinryu, Furion comes in, and that's 4 attackers. Now, does Enomoto have anything to interact with this?
Yeah, so
if he does, this can go horribly wrong.
Yeah, Kukulkan off EX on a Furion would do it.
Would do it, yeah.
I'm not sure what other EX is here running. His hand, we don't know outside of Refia.
Yeah.
He could have a summon in hand that does something.
Yeah, I will say we have not seen like the 60p Leviathan is another really big one. Although it's not really at its best here, it would be a big EX burst boon if he did hit that.
So it looks like he is stacking his triggers to kill the Barsh, they'll freeze the Shinryu, and then bring in the Furion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to explain that and make
The
sure that they
triggers, yeah.
understand what direction, what order everything's resolving in. So Barsh is dying, Shinryu is dull frozen, and Tyvus obviously. I
And
guess
Medusa,
it's still
yeah.
attacking.
Still attacking, but don't frozen.
Furion's in, so now we have the lethal threat coming in. So Mike has obviously mapped this out quite well, that's why he's grabbed the Furion.
Yeah.
This is the play he wanted to go for. Obviously, if it works, it's very good, right? It's the kind of
As good as it
Medusa
gets,
can do.
yeah.
So Shota is looking at his hand here.
Yeah.
Again, we're not sure what's in it. We know only one card.
I think we know Refia, and yeah, he discarded that Ingus, so... Joe, we might know, did he discard the other Tyro too? Yeah, I think he did
Yeah, I
discard
think
the
he
other Tyro, so...
I think he discarded that for that Ingus.
Big mystery cards here. If he does have Kuchulain, or anything to interact, anything at all, Amaterasu,
yeah.
it's gonna be huge.
Obviously, if he can stop lethal this turn and next turn Shinryu special, it's pretty hard to come back from that. So obviously, we still have a Stola on Mike's side in the deck somewhere, I assume. So if he gets him to 6, it's pretty relevant anyway.
I think it seems pretty likely that we're going to 6 here no matter what, because Kuchulain will stop Furion and then we're not dead, but
Because his first damage, so it's Sarah.
So Sarah FFL.
So
and he's gonna go with the
comes in
Furion.
next.
So this is gonna stop Kuchulain.
So now our outs are down to... Okay,
We have Krill for...
Or a 5 character.
So we get the Ferris back. That's not a summon that can save us.
Comes in with the Alphano.
Another Krill.
So unless he had something in hand
With
to
no
begin with,
target.
attacks with the Barsh.
And nothing, wow. Well, Mike really threading the needle there.
Yeah.
That's as close as, but hey, he crossed the finish line,
That's
that's the thing.
Yeah.
When you cross the finish line, that's all that you need.
Yeah. Obviously, he saw the line going for lethal, and you know what? Against a late game deck like a Wall 4, if you can take them out of the game, he did, right? He got the win.
That's how you do it, and if a wall had come down at any time, that's the thing. But that's the risk when you play these 4-color decks.
Exactly.
Sometimes you have to open Tyro, and then that happened here, and Mike saw the opportunity and he just totally pounced on it. He got it. He did it really, really well. He found the quickest lethal that he possibly could. Just really, really solid play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's similar to what we were talking about earlier, right? In terms of multi-elements, mono decks. Mike had no issue with his opening, right?
Right,
He has
yeah,
fire
yeah.
cards, he's playing fire cards.
Yeah. And the discipline to hold that Medusa back for a turn, so that he would have the Amaterasu. That was really good, And obviously, like the line that I was thinking of, well, you can get the ward and then pop your Medusa and have this game. Like he's like, no, I play Fury, and it's just like,
Fury and win the game.
Win the game, those kinds of like. The whole putting it in the deck in the first place, obviously, like seeing you can speed up your clock by a turn is really something that that is rewarded when you play these aggro decks.
And we really saw this Tyvus shine in that, right? Medusa got a real big upgrade with that. It can search. Not even a card that it played, right? It played the Axe.
Yeah, it played the Axe Star.
It searched the Furion, which comes off the Axe Star.
Yeah.
Just really strong plays, for sure.
Very, very good card. Very sweet new card, I should say.
Yeah.
Very, very powerful. And it's awesome.
Yeah.
Great to see Medusa, holding out from like Opus
It's been
12?
for a while.
Yeah, like Opus 12. We've seen Medusa all the way back from like Tenzin. That was 10 Opuses ago. And, it's just kind of still sticking around, still getting new cards hanging around. Yeah. Awesome. So I think that'll wrap up this round. We're gonna have the next round at around 3:30. So that's gonna be about another 25 minutes from now. See you guys there.
And we're back with round 7 of the World Championships 2023 of FFTCG. Okay, so next match we have Zawa
Yeah, Zawa.
and Ivan from France.
Yeah, Nintendo guy from France. So we've seen both of these players on stream before. We saw Zawa a couple of matches ago with that Ice Lightning deck.
The same deck.
Yeah, the same deck here. And then we're going to see Evan, and he is playing a kind of a unique one.
Yeah.
You want to talk about it a little bit?
So he's taking Ice Earth as his deck too. So we saw him on stream deck 1 with his Mono Lightning. So Ice Earth. Again, new cards, change the landscape a bit. Ice Earth fallen out of favor in general.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure he played Ice Earth at Euros as his second deck. I could be wrong on that.
I believe you.
Yeah. Obviously, Ishtola, again, every time we talk about Ice, we talk about Ishtola. Neo X Death is a new board clear.
Yeah.
So we'll see how we go.
Yeah, we're going to get right into the game as it started here. And it looks like, I'm going to guess that as we just rolled a 6, that Zawa is going to take first here.
Yeah. Hopefully we get to see more of the deck this time, because obviously the last time we saw not much went on. Yeah, Hunter killed him.
Ice Lightning versus Ice Earth. These are kind of some slower approaches.
Yeah.
We've seen Mono Ice, which are generally really fast aggro decks.
Yeah.
A few times, but this one is going to be a little bit different. And the Ice Earth, we're going to see the Ultimecia here on screen. This is the biggest new addition to the deck, I think.
Yes.
As a slower deck, Ice Earth tends to favor a lot of these really expensive cards. You have Rydia to search for Unalesca, Fissaluses are sometimes in there, the cards that you see on screen right here. Now, access lots of good targets for the Ultimecia here. And the Ultimecia is going to buy back a lot of tempo that Ice Earth is actually really, has often struggled to really keep.
I was going to mention that Ice Earth gets to search Unalesca, but if you just open it...
if you just draw the Unalesca, then it's just fine.
Yeah. Obviously, Earth in general has better... not necessarily better board control than Lightning, but their cards are more known to. But obviously the hand attack from both decks is going to be pretty important here.
Yeah. We're going to see that Neo XS just pitched immediately here for the Nero. Nero Weiss is obviously one of the stronger openers, and Ice Earth has this really nice benefit of being able to curve out. Actually, both of these decks have it, especially if we see Restrictor here, but being able to curve out, a turn 1 backup and a turn 2 odd-costed backup, especially Rydia for Evan here and Restrictor for Zawa, and there it is right there. That'll get us up to a nice odd cost of numbers that we can start using that Unalesca.
So we'll see here if Evan has Rydia. He'll be forced to play the second backup as well, just because of going second.
Hand size, I think he's just gonna say, just don't bother. Just gonna say, don't bother. I'm just gonna go ahead and go for it. And this is, kind of a forced move just by the mechanics of the game. If you play an odd costed backup when going first, and you didn't play 2 on turn 1, then you're gonna have to discard a hand size. So you end up playing like this. This does open up a potential avenue for Ice Earth to kind of play their Weiss here. But if you only get the 1 Dull and Freeze, then Zawa is just going to answer with his own Weiss. And so what you see here is Evan is probably just going to play another backup or play a backup and play a Weiss and another discard. And if he does manage to do that, then that is going to put him in the driver's seat. And if not, it just seems like the first player advantage is really going to go for Zawa here.
We are really representing too. If we don't do any discards, we're representing Weiss plus Unalesca, right? So if we just play a second backup.
So it just feels so bad to freeze 1 backup and then let your opponent play the Weiss.
Yeah, exactly. So I see Mr. Dragon and Kusith. Obviously, those aren't helpful right now.
I'm not seeing Rydia. That's the big one. I'm not seeing Rydia.
I see a Rufus, which is actually something.
Yeah, there is a potential line for Ice Earth to just go aggro here. Go Rufus or Weiss Rufus, preferably in that order. Get a couple of dull freezes. Leave your opponent with just the 1 card left in hand.
So pitching the Rufus here to play Weiss.
Right, and that's the Shinryu down, and that'll probably take the Unalesca, unless he had a big reason. If he was going to play the Rufus this turn, then you could take that Lightning away first, potentially, do some mind games, but...
He has Ishtola in hand, I believe, and Ultimecia as well. So he could be playing Ultimecia here.
Yeah, if we go for the Ultimecia here, that's going to get us another discard and a dull freeze.
Yeah, we have, 1 5-drop in the bin,
and then the discard itself will get the dull freeze, so that would actually put him... It's like time walking, it's just like putting him completely out there.
Yeah. So I wonder if Evan will go for that here. I'm doing something odd-costed. Still have the Mist Dragon in hand and something else. Okay, so he's just
playing the Unalesca here. I don't know. That is just gonna go directly into the Weiss here, and you know that's not awful by any means. But you know, when both players have the Weiss on the table, the player that generally is playing on curve is the one that's gonna come out ahead. And here we just saw Evan play backup off curve, and Zawa continues to play on curve, and you can see that he's got an extra card in hand because of that right now, despite having the turn player.
So having two, we could Ultimisha here still.
Yeah, I think Ultimisha. This is if it's going to come down, this is like the time for it right here, right?
It looks like it is. Yeah. So we play
And it looks like
Ultimisha. We have another Ultimisha.
So that gets us 3 dull freezes and 1 discard.
So we can take him off all of his backups.
Yeah, yep. You can take him off all his backups or try to dull freeze the Weiss so that you can start hitting him. That's another option.
So it's definitely those two for sure.
Yeah.
Right?
And then we're gonna get the discard here.
Discard
Lightning down.
Over Weiss trigger. So this is where the decision is, right? Do you think taking him off the 1 backup is more important?
Yeah.
Or do you think getting the forward lockdown is more important?
What would you do here?
I feel like I'd take the backup, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if Zawa has it in his deck, but you know, if he had the Zero Miss or something like that and that dulled the Unaleska, that would be pretty difficult.
Yeah. Okay, so he's taking the Weiss here so we can get the damage in. Reasonable. He's
The
decided
X-Burst here could be...
his curve is worse, so he needs to start putting damage pressure, which is reasonable as well. It doesn't look like we drew an odd... Oh, no,
Well,
this
it looks
is
like we drew Fissalis, and that's going to be pretty good here, I think.
Is the other one Angeal, I think? Yeah.
Oh, wow. I think I saw President Shinra. I don't know what the other card was in his hand, but
I think it was Angeal.
any combination of these cards is just good. I'm pretty sure that you could play Fissalis here. You could play Angeal here. I think he might just play the Angeal.
Get rid of the Weiss.
Get rid of the Weiss.
Yeah, that seems pretty good.
That's, and I mean, Evan is going to untap here, and he can use Unaleska if he wants to get rid of that last card in hand, and we know, because we know it's a Fissalis, that he probably should.
Yeah.
But,
He
doesn't know that, and if he doesn't, this could be pretty devastating.
So that's where we find the risk of not taking the backup, right? If we took the backup there, Angeal would have cost 2 cards from hand.
And the Fissalis wouldn't have been able to come down either, so...
So we see a Kusith and...
It looks like a Larketius, and I don't believe he has any monsters in his break set. He might have a Biblos, but...
So I think he will Unaleska here. No, he doesn't. He just
opts to pass.
Keeps his hand size.
Yeah, and I think now Zawa is just having a great time. I'm pretty sure he's just gonna activate Unaleska here. You know, maybe play his Fissalis if he wants, but he can activate Unaleska. He can, if he does that, he can play a Shantoto if you drew one. You know, basically anything here is just going to be great for him. But
he's got Shiva and something.
See, I see Fissalis. I think that's a Shantoto and a Shiva. We'll have to see.
So we could realistically Unaleska and Toto, but I feel like the Fissalis is just better.
Fissalis here, you know, you've got a kind of a turn of giving your opponent back a little bit of tempo, but you know, if it comes back, then it's really, really hard for Evan to recover at that point.
So he is going for the Fissalis here.
We're just gonna give it the draw.
So Weiss can attack here because of the Angeal action ability. Threatening. Trading an Angeal for an Ultimisha is probably fine.
I think maybe if I was Zawa here, I would just want to pass because if he does, like, you know, chump with the Ultimisha and or something, you know, like I don't know if I really want to make it easier for my opponent to play Shantoto or to, you know, potentially have like a Shinryu or something like that. You never know what. I guarantee you know, we have the deck list in front of us, but Zawa has no idea. If there's a Shinryu or like Nadine's or like what's going on over there. So
yeah. We also haven't seen any Earth backups yet, which is unfortunate. It looks like he had Heck 5 in hand. And still the Lakeshus.
Yeah, unfortunately the Angeal here is going to protect the Weiss from the Heck 5.
Yeah.
Actually coming in really clutch.
Asking if it can target Ice, perhaps?
Yeah. Asking how much it goes up and you know what's going on there.
Yeah, it's looking hard here. We can Kusith. We have a Nero as the other card, which doesn't do anything for us. So we have a Biblos as well. So we're playing the Biblos.
Yeah. I think that's going to put Evan back to 3 cards in his hand, so the Fissalis is triggering, and that's definitely a Shantoto, so... the Shantoto might not come down this turn, but you know...
Is that a Fissalis?
That's another Fissalis in his hand, so we can Fissalis ability on the Ultimisha, get a discard, pin down the Unaleska. I think this is going to be brutal for Evan here.
Yeah. We also have a Sephiroth too. Like the hand is just pretty stacked at
Yeah.
this point.
Yeah, that's 2 Shantoto, Sephiroth, and a Faisalisk.
Yeah, it's if you could ask for what cards you want in hand right now, that's pretty close to
what
you would
I
ask
would-
for.
yeah.
Yeah. So Faisalisk draws a card. You draw.
And I think we're gonna potentially stack the S ability on Ultimecia here.
Yeah, reasonable. I mean,
He could just let it go because we have the Angeal there.
Yeah. So it's blocking. He could also trade it.
Yeah, he could also just fish for the block and then decide to Premium Bullet afterwards. Like, it's not the cleanest play, but yeah, I think that's what he's going to opt for here.
It looks
So
like that's what he's doing.
maybe try to get something good there. Yeah.
So we have a Weiss trigger. Unaleska goes down.
Yeah, that's the Weiss down.
So now he has reasonably attacks if he wants to, but he decides not to.
He's just gonna go ahead and hold on to his cards here. And I think this is really indicative of how a lot of the Japanese players prefer to play Ice Lightning. In the West, it's often thought of as a very an aggressive strategy.
Sure.
Ice and Lightning. These are the elements you use to deal damage to your opponent. And I think more and more we've seen that you can play it that way, but when you take it really slow and just try to pace the game out and never extend your hand, it can be a lot more resilient over time. You can see that a Shantoto would clear the board, but then I would still have 4 cards in it. I would still have 4 cards in hand. We would have that. You could have the Hecaton chair or something, but then the Angeal is going to protect the Weiss, and it doesn't get the Fistless. And I think it's just this mixture of a bunch of cards that can take the tempo and get a lot of value over time, but also just the right amount of stats to kind of keep the balance there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point, he is locking him into 2 cards a turn, pretty much.
Right. Yeah.
He's down to back to 3 in hand now, I think.
Yeah, I think.
So if we Unaleska plus another discard outlet here, we're really putting Evan on the back foot.
Yeah.
Counting summon, look, Man in Black perhaps.
He could be thinking I'm not sure if it's in the deck, but he could be thinking about a Chadley, or I think he's just counting actually for X Death is what it is. So if you have an X Death and can start removing your opponent's cards, he's thinking well, how many cards can I get removed from the game?
If we get to 20, this game starts getting really. I mean, it's already
really
very
ugly,
favored,
yeah.
but if we have a 20 X Death, it gets really hard for Evan to start to sort of build a board. Iceearth not particularly good at playing very far behind.
Yeah.
Especially when the board clears. The Ice Lightning player here is very resilient to the board clears that Iceearth presents outside of Shintoto. So we attack here, we draw a card. So he's favoring drawing every turn, which is reasonable. Hit the Weiss into damage, not a bad one.
I think that's actually the 3rd Weiss for Evan too, so that's actually pretty. That can be pretty brutal. And we're gonna go ahead and start using the Unaleska here to discard stuff that we don't need. So we're gonna discard the extra copy.
So Xenos goes into the bin.
Yeah, that is good. Can't target the Angeal because it just won't resolve, but.
Yeah. But we do get a Weiss trigger as well, so we can take Evan off of Earth.
Yeah.
2 cards left in hand. I don't know if we know either of them. He pitched the Larketius last turn. Oh no, he searched Afridia, so it's Heck 5 and another Unaleska, I think he said.
Yeah, that's right. So he's gonna go ahead and freeze the Earth.
Yeah, makes sense. He's just checking here on counts in bin. So I think he will
do I
play the
X Death?
X-Death.
Do I not?
Yeah. So it takes him off Xenos as well, which is pretty relevant now as well. So as much as Xenos wouldn't have resolved on Angeal, it is
Looks
nice
like
to
he had
just-
10 in his own bin, and I think that there's more than that in his opponent's bin. So yeah, that's gonna be 20, I think.
yeah, it
and
looks
he's
like
gonna
X
go ahead and
Death is
remove that
triggering.
that Radia. And I now think Evan must rush Shantoto. I think that's the only thing that he can do at this point.
Yeah, Heck 5 does functionally nothing to this board. It kills an Angeal. Obviously, there's Biblos to try and control the board a little bit, but with such little hand size, it's hard to use Unaleska. When Zawawa is using Unaleska, it's putting him further and further ahead. If Evan has to start using it, it's not super helpful because he has such a healthy hand size already.
Yeah, and I think this is the lopsided nature of these kinds of matchups where you might think that the decks are relatively even because they're both like an ice / something deck.
Yeah.
But in reality, ice is just really, really good against earth. And earth is not really, really good against lightning. And then that's the kind of difference there. It's also not really, really good against ice itself. So he's going to go ahead and scoop them up. And that was a very, very well played, well controlled game from Zawar.
For context, too, I don't think we said their records. So Zawa
Yes.
now is locked in for day 2
Yep.
after winning that, and Evan now cannot make
Yeah,
day 2
so
after losing that.
Evan was 3-3, Zawa was 4-2. So for Zawa, this was a win and in, so he's going to be advanced to 5-2 now. If he wins the next one, it's possible for him to maybe get a seed slot. If not, then he'll still make it either way. But yeah, Evan on the other hand is going to go down to 3-4, and that's going to he'll play the next round, but that will knock him out of the tournament in the for day 2. So.
Yeah.
Still, a really good showing, you know, a player that we haven't seen in, you know, a long time, obviously, because he got his invite so long ago, but still, really, really good showing. 2 interesting decks that, you know, I don't think anybody else brought these 2 decks, so yeah, very, very nice to see.
Either. Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah, very, very fresh, and...
It was nice to see Zawa's Ice Lightning actually do some stuff as well, right?
Yeah, we saw the Ice Lightning kind of get run over a little bit by the Mono Ice earlier in the day, but this time he was definitely able to show this is how we play the deck here, and you know, get that expression out. So, yeah, good, and that will wrap up the 7th round, I think. So we're gonna have the last round next. That's gonna be in about 20 minutes. So yeah, that'll be the last round, and then we have some information afterwards. So make sure to stick around even after the next one. All right.
Cool. Thanks.
See you next.
Welcome back to the World Championships 2023. We're at the final round of the Swiss draw, the 8th match.
Yep.
And we have the standings right now.
Yeah, we have the standings right now, so I'll just go ahead and go in player order right now. Masayuki Yamada Kaka is undefeated right now, 7-0. Hunter Nance is at 6-2 in second. Kosuke Nozawa is 5-3 in third. And then from here on, we have some 4-3s here. So we have Will, Coghill, Alexander Hancox, Taiki Harigai, and they're all playing for a spot in the top right now. So basically, if you're in the top 3 right now, you're already confirmed to be in. So we know that Masayuki Yamada, Hunter Nance, and Kosuke Nozawa are confirmed for tomorrow's top 6. And then the last one will be determined by some of the winners of the next matches. So it's going to be Will, Alexander, and Taiki Harigai playing out for the next one. So the next feature match that we have here is actually going to be between Hunter Nance and Taiki Harigai. So Harigai is playing for the win and in. If he wins, he'll get in. And Hunter, if he wins, he's guaranteed
Second place.
Second place for sure. Could be some very, very weird math where Hunter didn't get second place, but because Hunter Kaka beat Hunter, it seems very likely that he's playing exactly for second place. So Hunter really, really wants that second place, because if he gets the second place, he gets a bye in the playoffs. And if he doesn't, then he might not get that bye. He might lose it to Zawawa, but it just depends.
Yeah, so there's a big glut in the middle, right? Where like there's 3 on 4 wins, there's a few on 3 wins that technically could take over on breakers.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Will, Alex, and Harigai, if they win, they don't have to think about it.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah. So, without any further ado, I guess we'll switch to the player screens whenever we're ready. Just a quick overview of the matchup. It looks like we're going to have. So we've seen Hunter's deck B before, and this is going to be the mono ice. We saw like the kind of aggro version of that. We saw some other versions. You know, he played the Lufenian and the Rufus in the earlier, I believe round 5 it was.
Yep.
Versus a deck that we haven't seen today.
Yes, so Harigai's playing Mono Earth with some monsters, the classic Mono stuff, the new Ingus, which we haven't seen at all today, which is a very powerful card. Genova Synthesis, we can get that word out. Leo, Mira, so like Mono Earth sort of monster stuff. I don't think we've seen Harigai at all, have we?
Yeah, but this is our first time seeing Harigai today. This is the only Japanese representative that we haven't seen today.
Yeah, cool. So again, just to reiterate, I guess, Hunter, if he wins, he is guaranteed at least second. Could theoretically be first, but likely second. Which is huge. And if Harigai wins, he is locked in for top 6, which is also pretty big. So a good match to have on stream, and we'll see how we go.
Yeah. And this Mono Earth deck, I've played it a lot. You guys might know, I played this deck all last season. It was one of my favorite decks, and I always just felt like the deck was so close. The deck always felt like it was so close to just being really good, and then it got a new card this set. You mentioned it, that Ingus. Yeah. And that's really helped tie the deck together.
For sure.
How do you think it's gonna fare against the Mono Ice?
Well, I mean, Earth historically has some pretty decent anti-aggro tools, and the EX count is not healthy, but it's okay. And I think he playing Hippocampus, so at some point he will be able to lock out the game, right, if it gets that long.
We can actually, I think, see that in his opening hand. We see that Hippocampus, so if you can set that up, it can be very, very powerful in the matchup.
And then Animist as well is a really powerful damage 3 backup. So if we start seeing those later. So we have opened Lefenian Rufus again, which is obviously a very powerful start from Hunter. We can see a Shin.
I believe that was a Leo and a Claris discarded, and then a Shinju in the hand.
Yeah. So Mandragora getting pitched, obviously pretty useless in this matchup, not for the ice matchup. And then we obviously, as you said, Leo and Claris gone. Ideally, Claris into Epitaph is a nice opening, but when you have this sort of discard pressure, you just have to deal with what you get. Montleonis again, very powerful card, obviously for Mono Earth, another reason to play the Mono. We have Lasso now as well, just taking him off curve. He has a Shentoto in hand. 2 Shentotos in hand.
So we can actually talk about the list a little bit now. Harigai actually has 3 Shentotos in this list, and that is a really big advantage here. For the fact that he's been locked out of playing it already, and we're already getting in. This is going to be what the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th discard this game, and 2 of those Montleonis is gone. Is also just huge. He has one more left in the deck, and obviously, you know, Ingus can search for Mont Leonis as well, so it's not the end of the world, but, you know, this is the exact opposite. If you're Howdy Guy, this is the exact opposite of how you want the game to go.
Yeah, because Earth 2 plays cards like Gigas and Behemoth, which stop attacks for a whole turn, right?
Yeah.
And we just aren't able to play those because we've been taken off curve. We weren't able to play early.
Yeah.
So we can see a Gigas in the hand there too. So it was a Larkishus, maybe?
I think he's going to get to play this Shantoto, but that's the whole hand. And, you know, Hunter's, you know, he lost 2 cards. He lost some of his pressure, but I think he's going up to 5 cards right now.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good spot, especially if he can follow this up with either a Rug or another Rufus, a Reno, something that just keeps putting the pressure on. I think he's in a pretty good spot here. This could be a Fissilus, maybe. Looks like 5.
Yeah. Looks like if he's trying to play an odd cost, Fissilus is maybe the only thing that he has. Just doing a check. He could potentially play a different odd costed card, but in terms of 5s, it's just going to be the Fissilus.
Yeah, so possibly Fissilus in here. Yeah, it looks like he is going to go for that Fissilus.
That Fissilus is going to be a Dull Freeze and a draw, that's just brutal.
Yeah.
You know, once you start going here, we start getting into the realm of, well, I don't think that there's much left in Howdy Guy's deck that he can actually top deck. You know?
Yes, especially with such a low hand size as well. Like, Behemoth stops it for a turn, Gigas stops it for a turn, but it's not...
Yeah.
It's not progressing your board state. It's just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, we have Howdy Guy fanning out his break zone, wishing it was his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, 5 discards in 3 turns is pretty hard to come back from.
And you know, I think maybe Howdy Guy he obviously knows that the situation is pretty bad for him, but he's looking and he's like, okay, well maybe if, you know, Hunter has no more discard, maybe I can still find a way back. And you know, maybe if Hunter's hand is just full of Lufenians, maybe there's something there.
Yeah, we could hit some Ingus off EX.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what other EXs he runs.
I think it's just going to be EX and the Amber and Clara. So there actually is a good amount of EX, you know.
There is ways to add cards.
9, but...
So Vincent comes in to freeze the Shantoto.
But at least we're up to 4 cards in hand for Howdy Guy, so he might just have to pass here again, unfortunately. But...
Yeah. I mean, then he's dead to a Rugagine, but sometimes you just have to make them happen.
Or to
right?
Yashtola. Or I guess he would have to be discarded to Yashtola.
Yeah.
And this is just how you do it with the mono ice stone. And I led you guys on a little before. I asked how the matchup was, and I know it's terrible.
It's poor, for sure.
We talked about it a little bit in the Ice Lightning versus the Ice Earth too. It's like, well, the Ice cards, they're pretty good against the Earth cards.
Yeah,
you know, Earth doesn't really have the counterplay to deal with it, so. I think we're seeing that right here on the stage. You know, that Lufenian has just been great all day for everybody who's played it, you know?
Yeah. Oh, sure. It's a very powerful backup when it goes
Yeah.
See another Mandragora in hand here, too. So, again, this is not the matchup for it. But seeing 2 in this many cards is not ideal.
Yeah. And I think maybe Howdy Guy was a little tuned more for a Warrior Light, you know?
For sure.
So, back when I played this deck last format, too, this is pretty similar to the kind of thing that I had in mind. And, you know, I was playing with triple Mandragora because when you resolve Mandragora with Go-Go, you get to get 2 backups. And it's obviously very powerful, but... Well, that's not really the way the game is getting played right now.
Yeah. Obviously, World's meta is always so blind, so you're not sure what you're going into. Like, maybe a lot of players expected heavy aggro ice, maybe some didn't.
Yeah.
Just depends what you're testing against. Rufus comes in for 2, which is pretty good here.
Yeah.
Discards.
Interestingly, he played the Unalesca first, which I'm sure it doesn't matter very much, but is a minor technical thing.
He did that to put the root in the bin. So
Okay, my bad.
Essentially a free backup at that point.
Now I guess Hunter is just thinking, well, do I put him to 6 or do I dull freeze the Shantoto? Or I freeze the Shantoto. And I
feel like freezing the Shantoto here is...
Yeah. I feel like you're probably winning either way.
reasonable.
Looks like he's just going to go ahead and put it in, and that's, you know...
Hippocampus.
Now we're dead to... Anything, you know, a Rugagine, a Yashtola.
We can afford a Neo X Death here.
Yeah. If there's a Neo X Death and, you know, no Rugagine off the top, maybe you
empties
could
our entire board and hand. Doesn't sound like a winning play, but it is a play we can make.
It is a play that will extend the length of the game potentially, but even, you know, just a Yashtola will trade one up with the Neo X Death and yeah.
We have an Ingus in hand, I think.
Yeah. The Ingus costs 4 right now, so, you know, there is maybe a line that keeps him alive for a little bit longer, I'm not sure, but... I mean, if there is, it's going to start with, like, Ingus and Amira or some kind of sneaky shenanigans.
Yeah, if we can get some Mirror Zombie stuff going, perhaps, but... It's hard because the Rufus still freezes on attack, so even with an immortal zombie, it's not going to be able to block everything.
Yeah.
Haragai taking his time here, obviously, because this is a very pivotal turn. If he doesn't have something here, he is very dead. Shinryu would be nice.
Yeah.
I feel like if he had it, he would have played it already.
Probably would have discarded and slammed it. But...
Yeah. I think he might only be playing 2 as well, so he actually couldn't.
Yeah, it looks like he only has 2 Shinryu. He made my mistake. I made the same mistake previously, but...
So there is a Neo X Death in hand, and an Ingus. I can't really tell what the other ones are.
Looks like there's a Claris. He could be thinking of maybe some line with Ingus into more Montleonis for a Genova Synthesis or something like that. Like, it's not going to deal the 8k all, but I think he's just making sure that there's no way out. And you know,
he's got Leatherworker and Zombie as the other 2.
Yeah.
So he is playing Ingus.
Discards the Amber. It is a very beautiful deck.
Yeah, it's very, very shiny, very full art.
I think this is kind of one of the victims of this set. You know, this card it's just insanely powerful. You know, it's kind of, people have been calling it the Ash of Mono Earth. You know, it's kind of got the same thing going. And again, it is obviously a very, very strong and powerful card, but. You know,
against this sort of hand pressure,
and he misses on the mirror, or he misses on the mirror too. So this is just kind of a beating. You know, he can make the zombie immortal, but Hunter can dull freeze it with the Fissilus and
Hunter's attack order here. If he attacks Fissilus first and dull freezes the zombie, like it just that'll do it too.
I'm pretty sure he had game on board without that play, because you can just attack with the Rufus and dull freeze the. Yeah, but that is just going to go ahead and seal it up, so... Yeah.
Hunter gets another win.
Hunter's going to go ahead and add it back, and that's going to lock up the spot, so...
Played extremely well.
Yeah, Harigai, a noble effort, you know, fighting from the back foot a little bit from the start of the day, but maybe a bad matchup, and Hunter... Again, you know, double aggro. Again, this mono ice, we've just seen it be putting the work in, you know.
Yeah, I mean, again, a top 2 finish is... exceptional, right?
Right, of course, and then
can't be mad about it.
And that's gonna lock him in because you know we have the playoffs. And if he gets a bye, that's actually a lock-in for top 4.
Top 4.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. So better than his previous record. We said he was the only player that had ever made it to top 8 at a World. What?
Yeah.
What's better than a top 8? It's a top 4.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Could go further. Played really well on stream. Obviously, commiserations to Haragai. Can theoretically still make top 6.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely. That's the other thing. This was his win-in for sure, but he could it's very, very difficult, but he could still potentially make it into top 6. So we're going to have the standings for you a little bit later. We're going to go ahead and check on those real quick. If they're ready, then we will definitely bring in the standings. If not, we'll have them later available on X, also previously known as Twitter. Did we have any closing thoughts about the decks that the players brought?
I think we saw a lot more ice than maybe a lot of people expected. And it performed really well. Every game it did sort of its thing. Like the Ice Lightning had a game where it got run over, but apart from that, we can see these new cards are really performing well.
The Ice Lightning got run over by ice. So I think the whole message of the day is ice is back, baby.
And then obviously Warrior Light 7's interesting too. A lot of people took it as their deck 1. You could see on the deck breakdowns. So it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, Kaka is locked in tomorrow, so we'll see that again tomorrow. See how it goes in a best of 3 sort of format.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and spoiler alert that Kaka is also on double aggro. So both of our first and second players, no matter how that shakes out, first and second players are both double aggro. And that's kind of. It's not something we've seen at Worlds before, I think. We've seen some aggro decks at Worlds before, but I don't think we've ever seen first and second seeds coming out with double aggro. That's really, really incredible. Okay. 順位はさすがにまだ出ないですね。はい。
他の X ですとかで。
はいはい。
Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, our match was a little bit faster, and so we will not have the final pairings up on stream. But just to go over it really quickly, based on the previous standings, so we know that Hunter won. So we'll know that Kaka, Masayuki Yamada, and Hunter Nance will be our first and second players. Don't know which one. It's a little more likely that Kaka is the first place player. If he wins, he definitely is. If he loses, even then, he's still more likely. So. There's that, and then the other likely candidates for your tops are Kosuke Nozawa. He's already locked in for top, but if he wins, he'll probably be third or fourth. And then Will Coghill and Alexander Hancock's, whoever can get wins from those two players, they will also be locked in. Other players that have the potential to make it, Hari Guy could still make it. Evan Tangai, shout out Enomoto, and Mishita Yabuchi, your defending champion. Along with Christopher Matisk, Mike Powell, Guan Leaning, they all have the potential, but based on what the information we have here, it's a lot more likely that Evan Tangai or Shoto Enomoto would make it out of a 4-4 finish for those players. Okay, so the official standings will be out on X. That'll be out under the FFTCG _Square Enix official Twitter. And we'll put those out as soon as possible. Some other little housekeeping stuff before we wrap up. So the stream tomorrow will start at 9:45 a.m. JST. The matches will start at 10 a.m. So we'll have a quick little 15-minute introduction where we talk about all the players, show you the standings, talk about the decks that they have, maybe do some introductions there, and then we will move on to the gameplay. And after the gameplay will start, and we'll be playing those out as best of threes. So there's tons of FFTCG. You'll be able to see all of the players. I'm not sure we know, because we don't know the standings yet. We don't know who the first feature match will be, but as soon as we have that information, we will put that out there. So tune in, see us tomorrow, 9:45, and have a good one. That'll sign us off.
Yeah, cool.
Bye bye. See you tomorrow.